Hello, everyone. Welcome to Beaver Politics as we come to the finale of our 24-hour live.
Can you can hear? Fantastic. I think it kept my settings from when I was already logged in already, so I don't think I had to change anything else. So that's
Okay.
handy. You guys, I'm gonna have to mute my Discord though, because otherwise everybody's gonna be able to hear all my beeping going
Oh,
on
yes. I gotta turn
Discord.
my notifications off.
Well,
Uh,
because everybody can hear everything that goes on in my headset, so
yeah.
yeah, so much fun, so much fun. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, guys. So where my beavers at? Where my girls at?
The
Oh,
moose is here, just waiting on the beavers.
I have another one. I have another request coming up. Oh, please, guys, let me bring people up, please. Please let me bring people up. I like to when I'm running my live, I like to run the live like that. Please don't bring people up. I'm moving two places to get stuff done, and it just takes a second on the computer. All right. Let's do that. All right. Hello, hello, hello.
I went to hit join and it said accept, and then after I hit it, I realized no, I actually put somebody up in the box.
Yeah,
So
you
I
did.
don't got it.
All right. No worries. It's all good. Um, let me
Just for
share this.
context for everyone that's tuning in, guys, looks like the major media outlets like CTV and CBC have started their live coverage. Of course, we're not going to see numbers until an hour from now. Current countdown for CTV is 59 minutes and 32 seconds till polls
The
close.
Yeah, the one I have up here is the CTV board. So
Okay, perfect.
I'm hoping it's going to be big enough that people could see. I'm going onto my account so I can check to see what it looks like. It is tiny.
Real
Um,
small.
I'm trying to think if maybe I should move it so that it's a different setup. Change layout. Oh yeah, it's because I've expanded.
Just
Why
looking in the
not?
comments there, really hoping that Ontario didn't fall for the gifts from Doug Ford. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we do see a difference. Like I said, I've said a couple times now, essentially expect another conservative government, just hoping for, at least a change in terms of they become a minority government instead of a majority. So here's hoping, fingers crossed.
Don't want fixed. Yeah. There we go. That's a bit better. It's a bit bigger. I just have to fix some things on it now. Move this and Michael, I'm leaving space for the beavers right now. Oh yeah, I forget it moves over. I'm trying to line it up on my as it is on my screen here. So there we go.
Which
I think we can see that.
website is that from?
CTV.
I was going to say, I know the City News one has it in a way that's a little bit kind of bigger and blown
Yeah.
up. And it's like they're really
City, you said?
highlighted with colors and stuff. Yeah, City News. I can actually just send you through Discord the link.
Okay, that'd be helpful.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leonard Bell, thank you so much for the gift. Really appreciate it.
Doesn't show me on here who got gifts and stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot our gift goal was up there too. I didn't reset the gift goal. I was too busy trying to get the setup done and like the layout done. Um
You got to scroll, scroll, scroll. There you go.
this thing. Yeah, okay. I
Yeah,
could just I can make it so that small part for sure. Yeah, 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 that works because I can just
yeah.
yeah.
I just find it's a
Okay.
little bit more easy to see what's going on because even if you can't see the writing, you can still see the colors.
Yeah, for sure. And then I can just this is the great thing is I can like shrink these things down to like so far small. No, I want to clip you. I want to make you No. Oh my God, what is this doing to me? It rotated my background. Oh my God. Okay.
VA
Thank you for the
sanity
heart me.
so much.
I don't see the top parts of the colored bars.
I'm not done yet. I'm still fixing it. Yeah. See, yeah, give me a second. I'm still fixing it. The you have to give me time because it takes a bit more time on Frontline, can I get you to mute, please? You have really bad background noise right now. Um
I get it.
uh yeah, it takes me a little bit of time because the computer has a lag on it when I'm trying to open things up and do things. So um you gotta give me a second to fix it. Oh my God, what is this doing? There we go. Okay, we have there and there. And I'm trying to do this and it's really tiny for me. So, and there and there. Okay, so we take that and now we will.
So everyone that's here, thank you so much for joining us here on Beaver Politics. We're just getting set up and ready to go to give you the live results tonight for the Ontario election. Guys, the number to hit for winning the election is 63 for a majority. So we'll be paying close attention to that as the numbers start to go up and what we see for a trend moving into when the polls stop and we start getting the live numbers come in. So stay tuned as we talk about the Ontario politics, platforms, the debates. I'm sure we'll talk about it all leading up to when the polls start to push out some numbers, and we'll talk about that as it comes in. Remember, guys, tapping is clapping, and don't forget to share the live. Get it out there that we're here and we're covering it, bringing you all the latest information as it rolls in.
Perfect. That's where I want it. Like that.
Hey, 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 now we're
How's
cooking.
that?
That's
I like
fantastic.
it. Excellent, excellent. I mean, their boxes are going to cover up here a little bit, but I can always shift it around if I need to. Look, I can move myself around too. Okay. I have way too much fun with this thing. I'm not paying attention to comments, just so everybody knows. I can't, it's really difficult with this because it's like split up and it's not underneath like it normally is. So, if I miss anything, apologize profusely. Um, no harm meant with it. Why is that? Oh, I didn't turn that off. Let's disconnect that. Let's disconnect that.
So I see a question in terms of when live results are going to start to come in. Right now, the current polls are closing in 52 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's when the polls close. So normally 10, 15 minutes into that is when we start to see numbers start to come in. They start to trickle in from the smaller ridings, and then you start getting into the bigger ridings, bigger communities as the night goes on.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Let's do this. Everybody, we have our little gift goals up at the top. We have, what do we have going on right now? Perfume bottles and roses. If you want to help out with that, you can you can send those away. I'm gonna pin the roses right now. Look at that. You should be able to see those on your screen now. If you want to support the channel as well, we do have our subscriptions. Subscriptions are $4.09, and then 15% off when you do subscribe for the first time. It is just a nice way of showing that you support, like giving support to us and helping support us so we can fund future events as well. And tapping is clapping. Let's get the shares up. Let's get the likes up. Likes are at 2.8 right now. If we can get that up to 10K, that'd be fan-freaking-tastic. Hi, PG. And the shares, I don't even know where we are for sure. 141 shares. Yes, thank you. Woohoo! Excellent, excellent, excellent. We've had some really good talks. Most of the day so far. Well, not most of the day. We've had good talks all day. It's been great. I can't talk about the ones that I was asleep for, but I'm sure they were fantastic. Hello, Pasty. If anybody wants to add to it, let's talk about your lives. How are your lives going, guys? How's the Ontario election looking up? What are we looking at?
I'll talk about my live today. And I spent some time on Jana's live early this morning as well. She had a great panel of guests up. And for listening to that invigorating of a political conversation at like 8 o'clock in the morning, I think speaks to the interest that people have in the political landscape here in Canada right now. And I did, of course, I went over on my show, but putting that aside, we were able to keep guests up in the show for the entire time, and I was pleased with all the conversation. There was only one little kind of testy moment, and the rest of it went pretty smooth. And I had a guest, and if anybody would like to have somebody who really knows a lot about political science come on, his name is Justin Time. It's a very fitting tagline. Anyway, he came up and he talked about the difference between big C and little c conservatives, difference between liberalism and conservatism, and he has a degree in political science, so it was excellent. I really enjoyed his conversation. So, yeah, that's a little
Nice.
snapshot of how our day went.
Nice. Okay, Maple Mines, I will bring you up. We're trying to save the space for the beavers, but I'll bring you up for right now, until we get some more beavers in, well, beavers, because the moose is already here.
Beaver.
Yeah.
Technically,
Hello.
I am a beaver because I'm a woman. Just kidding.
I get it. I get it. I totally get it. It's really hard not to go dirty when you talk about that. Just saying.
Yeah, going back through the lives, I
Yeah.
kicked things off last night, and I think we come out of the gate strong and just continue through the lives. I mean, I didn't catch a couple of the lives, but I managed to make it to pretty much all of them, at least for a couple minutes, the best that I could. And seems like the range of conversation and the decorum was pretty on point, was pretty solid throughout the majority of the 24 hours. So really happy with how the whole thing went.
Nice. Nice. Frontline,
Yeah,
how was your life?
just kick
Oh,
me
sorry.
down when your other people come if
Yeah,
you want.
absolutely. Absolutely. Frontline, how
I
was your
just
life?
want to address something quickly. Someone in the chat said that they can't read the chat, so I don't know if that's something we need to.
Yeah, it's the
I don't
background.
know.
Oh, it's because of the bottom part.
Okay.
I can't read it
Okay,
either.
here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I can fix. Well, that shouldn't make. Oh yeah, no, because I didn't put it in a box. That's why. Okay, I can fix that. Fix coming up right away. I'm just gonna change the background to the other background. Source. But you guys can keep talking while Frontline, you can talk. Tell us about your show. How did it go? Etc. Etc.
Show went well. I mean, it was kind of our show because I was there for both mine and yours for 6 straight hours. We definitely dealt with some interesting humans.
There were some interesting humans, definitely.
I mean, as much as it pains me to say this, my prediction is that Doug Ford is still going to get in. I'm just, I'm hoping it won't be a majority, but I don't even know at this point. So, from all the political commentators and polling experts and people that I've talked to, they're still predicting a Doug Ford
It sounds
majority.
like the same thing that happened here in BC when, oh, that's way better. When uh, we had the election, but none of them were putting out signs or really doing any effort to, to go and talk to their constituents or anything like that. Like it didn't seem like there was a lot of signs around. Like it almost seemed like there was no election, and people were trying to vote out the people were trying to vote out the liberals. Like they were trying to vote out. They thought they were voting for federal conservatives in BC here.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like the voter apathy is kind of insane. Like, I've been reading through hundreds of comments today, and I've read comments where people are like, "Oh, I forgot that it was today, and now
Mm-hmm.
I'm too busy, so whatever." Like that was a lot of the comments that I saw, which honestly just really depressed me.
Well,
Um,
I'm
I
super.
really, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just agreeing. I'm super depressed about it too.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I hope that this isn't going to be the same thing for the federal election. I hope that people are at least a little bit more motivated to do that. But at the end of the day, what Doug Ford did was pure manipulation. He didn't want Canadians to have a chance to see how bad things are going to get in the States. So he called for a really short election. It was like, what, 27 days? It was nothing. So,
The
Oh,
other
yippee-ki-yay,
thing
motherfucker.
is I don't understand why a lot of people are not because one of the candidates said that they were going to raise the disability amounts, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
And not everybody.
liberals, that was a key part of their platform, as well as I believe the NDP and the Green both said they would do the same as well, if I'm not mistaken. But liberals got more attention for it on in this one.
Yeah, and so then it makes it really sad that people aren't even motivated to go vote just on that to take people out of poverty, you know?
some of the conversation on Jana's show this morning focused, and I know because I brought it to the table, I think, but the news show was covering the difficulty people with any kind of mobility issues was having getting to the polls in the winter. Using
Mhm.
wheelchairs or even walkers, canes. Some places weren't shoveled, that kind of thing. And even if your polling station was shoveled clear, getting there may not be. And so it really, you know, takes a huge chunk out of the voting crowd. And even if it's the kind of thing that creates apathy. Because someone, when we were saying that, someone in the comment section suggested, people will pick you up and give you rides. That's if you can coordinate that in your area, and if there's enough vehicles, and picking up, as somebody who transports patients and seniors, picking up somebody with mobility issues, requires sometimes special vehicles and, so a little bit of know-how. So it's not always that simple, and especially get around in the winter. Anyway, I thought that was, added to the conversation about making this a short election and doing it in the winter.
Yeah,
It helped to exclude a whole group of people.
exactly. In BC though, you could vote by phone. I don't know if you can in Ontario because we had
Don't.
floods
You
here. We had
can't
floods.
you can't do that in Ontario, no.
You could, I believe it was Pasty Native had pointed out throughout the day that you can actually vote online. If by whatever for whatever reason you weren't able to actually get out to the polls, you could do it online at Elections Ontario. So
When did the first
and
polls close?
We're looking at 41 minutes until the polls close.
Until the polls close? Oh yeah, there's still an hour. Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
7 o'clock
still
on my
41
time.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget because I have a terrible memory, remember? Remember, I have a terrible memory? But Nerdy, where
Okay.
are you? What province?
Alberta. I'm in
All right.
Trashberta. Yep, Trashberta.
They
Pixie
took down the
Lee.
online voting? Why? Pasty Native says they took down the online voting today.
Oh, what? I wonder if there was just issues with it, so they took it down because it wasn't working right.
Maybe.
They
Only
really
thing
need
I
to
can
do
think of.
they Mrs. Radical. Or the Mrs. is gone.
Oh, she might be having a phone. There was a little bit of feedback going on, so she might be trying to fix that. Every time people were talking, there was like a kind of thing going on. Um, so I think she might be trying to fix that right now. You're at work, Pixie? Okay.
Oh my god, it's hard to do. My sound went out today. Do you think I could find it?
Um,
No.
oh no. Michael, I can let you up for a little bit. We are reserving space for beavers, so when we do have the beavers come up, we're gonna drop other people. Um, but yeah, you can hang out, say what you want to say, what are your predictions, that kind of stuff. No worries, Pixie. We'll still be going till like 11 o'clock.
I don't know how you do it.
Hey, I went to sleep for a little while, but I stayed up 2 hours after my show last or this
You're
morning.
always on. It's either this or you're doing your raccoon
Trivia.
trivia, which I could
Yeah.
do, but I have such a bad memory I can't remember things.
Oh no. Michael, it's not loading you. If you want to re-request, that'd be then we can. It's not even letting me
How
kick you off.
how does a man who said he 100% supported Trump get any consideration? Deserve so much more. Urinal puck. You're absolutely right. Urinal puck.
Yeah.
What a cool name.
No worries, Mrs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing we saw down in the United States. I know it's different kind of level of government, but I mean, they voted Trump back in, so there are people that will do it to themselves, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
because people have short
Hey,
memory.
T-Jack.
Like he said he supported Trump, months ago, but because it's right at the election time, and then all of a sudden he's like, I'm gonna, if they bring tariffs in, we're gonna fight this, and then everybody's like, oh, okay, well, he doesn't support Trump, but he does.
Speaking of tariffs, you know they're back on the table now for March
March
4th.
4th. Yep.
Yep.
On again, off again, on again, off again. Hi, T-Jack. I can bring you up for a bit, but when
Hey,
beavers start joining, I'm gonna have to start dropping non-beavers.
absolutely no problem. How was
How's it
everybody?
going? Good. I got a few
Good.
hours sleep before I was awoken from my slumber by the tractor plows grating up the ice in my cul-de-sac. It sounded like I don't know what it sounded like, but it was really loud. Oh,
You,
you got some
you
background
guys are
noise going
epic.
on.
I got up for an old man pee at 2:30 this morning, and I saw you guys on a live. It was like
2:30
holy fuck.
your time? That would have been
Yes.
frontline on. Yeah.
Oh, was it front? Okay, yeah, that was
Yeah.
frontline.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been going since 6 p.m. Mountain Time yesterday. So, we've been going 24 hours already and we still have more time.
Giddy up.
Yeah. Heck
Polls
yeah.
closed at what? 7 or 8?
9 o'clock
Uh,
Ontario time.
yeah,
9
9
o'clock.
o'clock.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, so we got just over a half hour to go until the polls close.
Did you guys see Charlie Angus talk to that Chris Dacey guy?
Sure did. Sure did. I wish that we were all talking like that to those guys right now. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
Wait,
that's
Charlie
the way.
Angus talked to Daisy?
Oh yeah.
Oh
That's
yeah.
funny.
He went off on him.
Good.
I'll have a
Good.
video on Polycheck.
He went
Um,
he went like what we'd like to do on TikTok, but they won't allow us to do.
Yeah,
hmm,
exactly.
gotcha. We what was I gonna say? yesterday morning I was on a larger creators panel. It was wild. But yeah, we were talking about, I was debunking a lot of stuff that another Canadian, a Maple Maga, was saying. And at the end, I got to talk to her a little bit more. And I told her, I said, I think it's great that Trudeau's finally starting to speak up and stuff. But he should have been doing that the whole time. And like just the things he's saying, it's like he's grown a backbone almost.
We've been saying that for months, and like we were saying that for a year that that they got to start coming out and hitting.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh no.
Anyway, he looks prime
What just
ministerial
happened?
for sure.
Oh no. What the heck just happened on my computer? Can you guys hear
Everything
me?
looks normal for us.
You're
Oh
good
my
Yeah.
on
God.
our end.
I lost my entire background, like all my things. For what the heck is going on?
Well, we can still see it.
I
They're
know, but
trying
I
to
can't I
silence
can't
us.
manage the live. All I can see are two floating windows. That's it.
Oh no.
Oh man. Okay, well, hopefully this just stays like this then, because I don't know why it's doing this to me.
Frontline, that video you did over that Canadian who was beaking off about how embarrassed he was to be a Canadian in the States. That was as eloquent and loquacious as I've ever seen you. You were brilliant. You were brilliant.
Fascists. I mean, it is mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. I feel like I'm living in a nightmare. Like it just feels like I'm living in a nightmare with these people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and even Canadians, people within my local area, they have, speaking with one person, I remember when Trump first ran for his first term, they supported a President Trump as a Canadian because he was for repealing Roe versus Wade and doing what they did in terms of abortion and whatnot. And it's one of those they latch on to one thing, and just because they agree on one thing, that's what a lot of people do, right? That's their end all be all, is that one issue, that one topic, and you can't sway them from it.
Yeah.
Um,
Single.
I 1 second, guys. Sorry. I do want to say that there was probably about a 1.5 minute span or 1 minute span that nobody heard you because my live crashed.
Oh, that's okay. I just like talking to these people
Just
as well.
just so you know, my computer crashed. So that was fun.
It just
But
said you were paused.
yeah, it'll show it's paused for you guys, but everybody else, it froze.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
By the way, your
it's
makeup
different
is
in the
absolutely
box.
stunning today, host.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
I just want to point out quickly, I just got a message from a friend asking me when I started working for CBC. So apparently over on the CBC live coverage is a guy with a ginger beard, so
Oh,
they're
that's
saying
so
it's me.
funny.
Um, Going back to the 2016 comments, one of you people, was it Michael Lay or T Jack? Which one of you made that 2016 comment about the FOTUS,
Fotis.
felon of the
Um,
United States?
Oh.
that's funny. I am gonna just make a quick request, guys. When you are not actively speaking, if you guys could mute, because there is background noise and it's really difficult to hear when other people are trying to speak. So if you're not actively speaking, if you can mute, please, that'd be great.
Yes.
I'd love to actively speak if I get 2 seconds to chime in. It'd be awesome.
Sure. I think that Shania had a question that she asked, and then I can let you. Yeah, for sure. It's kind
Hey,
of
I'll
just
wait my
a
turn. I'll
go
wait
at
my
it
turn.
panel
Just
right
let
now.
me know when Mike Lee can have the floor for 30 seconds.
Well, as I was trying to say, it's a free for all panel right now, so just jump in when there's a blank space to speak.
I'm not going to talk over people. I'll wait my turn.
Okay, and I was also just following some of the other panelists just to give them a little bit of good vibes here. So if you got to follow for me, you're good as maple syrup on snow in the middle of the festival. So going back to that 2016 comment about FOTUS and how people turned it into a single issue voting strategy or whatever you want to call it, I do not agree with overturning Roe v. Wade, because I have literally known a lot of people who, like, in our own healthcare system here, like, some of them were denied that medical procedure that saved their life because of some doctors using really beliefs, like, to say that, oh, they won't perform this medical procedure because of their really beliefs. And I was like, seriously? A woman could lose her existence if that medical procedure isn't done to save her life.
Right. Like
Yes.
that's happening down in the States.
What's
Yep.
happening in Minnesota right now, or sorry, Montana, they're proposing a bill called the abortion trafficking bill, where if you're crossing state lines and you're going to get an abortion in another state where it's legal, you're getting charged with trafficking of a fetus or human form. And right now, I think it's up to 5 years in jail and $5,000 fine. I mean, it's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. The laws against women in the United States, and we simply can't have that here in Canada. And I'm worried that we will with the election of a Poilievre government.
But that is definitely my concern too, because I literally watched in complete disgust that they decided to overturn Roe v. Wade back in 22. And I was like, do you realize many women's existences will be eliminated because of this very draconian, dystopian awfulness that is caused by, you guessed it, Republicans? And I'm like, do you realize that medical procedure saves the life of the mother? And that's who should be focused on, because it was never about, like, it's never about the mother. It's never about the child inside. It's about controlling women. And you know what gets controlled and gets their hormonal cycles and stuff also controlled. Guess.
Okay, just tell us. Just like
Livestock, like cattle, their fertility cycles are completely controlled, and you pump them full of the stuff and they just breed, and that's what the US thinks is okay. And I'm like, seriously? Yeah.
all right.
I'm trying to say the soft words.
No, I get it. I get it. Michael has been waiting to speak. Michael, you have to unmute.
I'm
So,
here.
okay, thank you.
I'm here. Do you guys want to talk Ontario politics or Canadian politics tonight?
So, are you you're changing the topic completely for what everybody else was just talking about?
No, just you have Ontario election up on your page. Do you want to speak Ontario or do you want to get like federal?
I mean, it's kind of wherever the conversation's going. What are we at? We're
Well, if you want to go federal, I can talk about Justin Trudeau for a second. Everyone will have a good laugh. Or I can talk about
Why are we
Ontario.
talking about Trudeau? Why would we be talking about Trudeau? He's not even running.
Yeah, but this conversation just went to like Minnesota, went totally Republican U.S. Just my question is, Justin Trudeau just announced Alto for Ontario, and he resigned, and he's announcing a $4 billion high-speed rail system going from Toronto to Montreal. Also, Doug Ford, he has a train stuck under 401 and McCowan Road in Scarborough that I'm personally making $8,000 a week on trying to recover it. $81 million job to recover this tunnel boring machine, and he has a dream pipeline to run under the 401. He is on crack. I'm not for
Okay,
Doug.
okay, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, Michael, I mean, I know that you were up on a panel earlier, but you really have to watch your TikTok words because certain words can get your live taken down. So saying like the names of specific like pharmaceuticals is not allowed on TikTok.
Well, that's talking about ain't pharmaceuticals.
That when you just talked about something that a plumber has on their butt.
Never said that.
Yeah, no, you said that they were on CRACK.
Nope, not me. You got the wrong person.
Okay, cool. So I'm just going to disconnect you because you're completely disingenuous and gaslighting.
Yeah, that was okay.
I could have sworn he used that word, but what can I
Oh, he
say?
totally did. He totally did. Otherwise,
He
I wouldn't have
totally
reacted
did.
the way I did.
Oh yeah,
He did.
He totally
absolutely.
did.
I think he
Yep.
was saying that he didn't say anything about a plumber's butt.
Yeah, but when I said specifically exactly what he said, he still even said he didn't say it. So, yeah. So, yeah. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
peace
I
out,
definitely
Michael.
heard him say that C word.
Yeah.
I definitely heard that.
Yeah. And I mean,
Liberal
like, we were going in
host.
a completely different direction. Like, you either want to, you either want to talk about Ontario or you want to talk about like the federal government, but don't bring both of them up then, and then expect us to just choose at that point. Figure out which one you want to talk about, and then we'll go from there. But also, we were already having a conversation in here that he could have easily engaged in instead of like completely changing the topic. So, fun
Yeah, and then he's
time.
like, "Oh, we were talking about Minnesota." No, we were actually talking about women's rights, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, we were talking about women's reproductive rights, which is a provincial issue, right? They're the ones that provide funding. We see that it's almost impossible to get reproductive care in New Brunswick with a conservative government. One of their major clinics was shut down because of budget cuts. So, yeah, we can talk about that issue from a provincial perspective for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
And I
becoming
will
an
just say
issue.
that
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm just going to say that, I've worked with a lot of different organizations in activism for women's rights, and there is a lot, and I mean a lot, of money that is being poured in from religious organizations, churches, into the conservative government to specifically place anti AB conservative MPs in power. And one of the biggest pro life movements of Canada is actually fully supporting Pierre Poilievre. There is a ton of money behind them from these religious organizations. And I mean a ton. And there's a lot of sneaky clinics that try to pass off as real AB clinics when
Yeah,
realistically they're actually there to try and fool you and
dissuade.
make you feel guilty about it. And these are all over Canada. Um, it is insane how bad it actually is, and we're not really talking about it because it's all under the surface and our media has barely ever touched them. So like I volunteer right now with Teal and Access BC, and they're trying to reach out to a lot of different media organizations to be able to talk about it and have their voices heard. But just in BC, I think there's about at least 24 of them that are trying to pass off as real AB clinics. And what they do is they set up clinics in areas with real AB clinics, and they try to set them up in places that are very easily confused by people. They'll be like right across the street, for example. So when people go to an area and they're like, oh, where's this clinic? Where's this clinic? And then they see a sign, clinic here. And all of a sudden they end up at this like Christian religious place that is trying to make them feel guilty about their decision. It's sneaky. And as I said, again, there is millions of dollars being poured in by pro-life movements into the conservative parties of Canada.
Yeah.
Well, that's basically how Andrew Scheer became leader of the Conservative Party. He had special interest pro life groups that managed to recruit thousands of signups to the party, and that's how he wasn't going to win without it. And he had the pro-life support, and he's a rabid, avowed pro-lifer himself, and that's how he became the leader. And that party, I did a post on this yesterday. That party, dating back to the time that Trudeau decriminalized therapeutic abortions, has been actively working to make it illegal since that time. The Conservative Party, and for anyone out there listening, please understand that Poilievre can say whatever he wants about how he is not going to bring it up to the table. It won't be. He's pro women's choice. It's not. No, he's allowing free votes and private members' bills, and he won't stand in the way of it. And Harper did the same thing and voted in favor of those private members' bills. The Conservative Party is a real and present threat to women's health and women's reproductive services in this country, period. There's my rant.
My rant is, why the hell are men allowed to have an opinion on what we do with our bodies? Seriously. Why is it even a thing? Why is it even a topic of discussion? Like, if people are still brainwashed to not understand that this is about control over women, then you're sleeping. And every single man out there that's like, oh, I just care about children. No, you don't. You care about having an opinion on what a woman should or shouldn't do. Not just with her body, but with everything. What kind of career she can have, how she needs to behave in a relationship, who she can have a relationship with. It is disgusting. We are our own people, and we've been our own people. Even when we didn't have rights, we still did what we wanted to do. We just had to do it through much more dangerous means.
As a father of two,
And this whole thing started with Christianity, when man decided to write the Bible and start completely taking women out of history. Women were scientists, they were philosophers, they were incredibly important parts of history that literally got removed in order for men to have control. I'm sorry, but it's a topic that I'm very passionate about, and it really pisses me off that there is still so many people to this day that have been eating propaganda, and they believe that they should have a say in what we do with our bodies and our lives. I'm so sick of it.
I just want to jump in and also just chime in. And I just want to say that if a guy could procreate children and carry that child to term for 9 months, there would be an Abbey Center on every corner next to a 7-Eleven.
100%.
Also, people are like,
just,
oh, but men should get to have a say because that's their child too. Well, you know what? Technically, it isn't, because they're not the ones that are having to go through that terrifying 9 months and having to deliver the child into the world and go through something that could potentially off the mother. So there.
well, what I don't understand is the women are the targets of Republican conservative reproductive health policies, and yet where does the man fit into this scenario? It is like a woman doesn't get pregnant out of a void. There's no immaculate conceptions here. This is the only way it's possible is that there's another player in the game. And where are the consequences for that individual? Why are they not having to pay child support? I mean, why not start child support from the moment of conception? I mean, this is ridiculous. If you're gonna take it that way, then you got to be all in. And Frontline is absolutely spot on. It's been a double standard that as a dad of two girls just pisses me off beyond. It's hypocrisy, and it's violence against women and abuse. That's what it is, period.
I 100% agree with you. And what irritates me the most, especially, is that people will say, well, if you have an Abbey, that you're taking a life, and that child could cure diseases. Well, what about all of those children in foster care or that are waiting for that golden moment to have a place to call home. They could be the ones who create the next cure for cancer or malaria or AIDS or hepatitis, like all of those things. Like, where's the people are so hell bent on trying to keep a woman from having an Abby that they don't look at all of the children already, the ones that aren't being wanted by the parent because of the fact that they didn't want that responsibility, so they put them into the system. And nobody talks about those children.
Okay, the missus wanted to talk, and I've been trying to interject here a couple times. So, uh,
Yeah.
before
Thank
you,
you.
one second, just before you go, I just want to do a couple like quick housekeeping things. Again, if you're not actively speaking, if you could be muting your microphone just so we don't have any noise. If you can start putting your hand up in the chat when you want to speak, that way we can get like kind of a rotation going because other people have been trying to want to get in, but there's a back and forth kind of going, and I want everybody to be able to have a voice in this. And just for everybody else in the room, including the people on the panel, tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. If we can make sure we get our likes up, let's get the likes up to 20K, please. We have 43 people in here right now. It should be no problem to get up to 20K at least. We also do have, how many shares do we have? 142 shares. Let's easily get that to 175. If everybody in this room goes and shares it to one person, we're easily going to get that to 175. The easiest way to do that is hold your finger down on my finger right here. A screen's going to pop up, and then you can go send to all your friends, just like Pasty just did. Thank you, Pasty. And what else was I going to say? Oh, we do have our gift goal. The gift goal is the rosas. The rosas. If you want a really fun reaction out of me, you can send the cowboy hat. That one's a really fun one. I do a really cool. I have fun with it. I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my most reactive gifts. So, and I will do that for anybody. But yeah, if you want to send a cowboy hat to us, I will do my fun little reaction to it. Everybody got a kick out of it this morning. Early. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Thank you. All right. All right, Mrs., if you want to go ahead.
I wanted to make a comment about how conservatives are able to have their leader say that, he won't touch the abortion issue. However, he allows his MPs to behave differently. And I just wanted to, it's very underhanded in some of the languaging they're using, some of the tactics they use. And there's an MP named Arnold, I think he's out of Peace River, Alberta, and he continually brings forward, tries to get legislation to be moved forward that would, to make abortion illegal. And he does it in the after hours. So the Liberals are always having to have somebody else on the other side working late hours because this guy has literally put the same piece of legislation forward over 180 times. He's abusing our legislative privilege in those rooms after the cameras are off and they all hang out and they all do their work. He waits to the very, 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 very end of the day and then puts forward the same thing repeatedly. And it gets repeatedly knocked down, but it's just a waste and abuse of our system. The other way that they are trying to do this is by introducing rights to the fetus through our criminal justice system by saying that women who are assaulted while they are pregnant, that they need special legislation to protect that fetus, so that it could be charged at a higher level and be more of an egregious offense. And the truth of the matter is that already is embedded in our criminal language. But anyway, just a couple of things to consider when the conservatives are saying one thing but doing another. It's how they go about their businesses. People just don't know. That's it.
Nobody put a hand up in the chat.
Yeah,
Anybody want to
so
respond? Okay.
I just wanted to do a quick update, guys. We are now looking at 10 minutes out till the polls close. We'll start to see the numbers. Um, yeah, and to the missus's point, there's so much that they do in terms of playing the long game as well in amongst all of that, right? It's the same playbook you saw down in the United States with the Republicans, where they're willing to slowly do things over time to make sure that at the end of the day, there's going to be a lasting change in their favor when it finally comes to fruition.
Okay, Gangsta Grass is just a troll. Don't
Yeah,
feed the troll.
Gangsta Grass, you're muted for 5 minutes. Go take a walk, cool down, come back later. All right. This live is not on so far. TikTok gonna pull your page. I don't understand what that means at all. Um,
This live is not Ontario, so TikTok
so
is gonna
far.
pull it. Really?
Oh, interesting. I wasn't aware that when you have Ontario up there for a Canadian politics page, that you solely only had to talk about. Wasn't aware that that was a guideline. Um, can you provide a source for me in the
I
TikTok
mean,
community guideline violations where it says that I'll get taken down if it isn't strictly just about Ontario,
yeah, and I mean, I'm in Ontario, so does that count? I mean, I'm a part of the panel.
right? Ontario is part of Canada.
Yeah,
Uh,
curses. Yeah, curses.
Hmm.
This is me trying to get Maple Minds some more follows.
Yeah, right? Yeah. If you're not following Maple Minds already, guys, make sure you go and follow Maple Minds right up here, up there. Go and follow Maple Minds. They do Tuesdays, right? You do show on Tuesdays?
Tuesdays at 1, and then sometimes do lives for like um
Big stuff, the big stuff,
in a while. Yeah, big stuff.
the big stuff. Um, yeah, so they go live every Tuesday, 1 p.m. Pacific time. So that would be 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Thank you. We just
You're
plugged
welcome.
Beaver politics in our last Maple Minds live, which was
Nice.
today.
Nice. Excellent. Thanks for all the follows, guys. We're almost at the 20K. We're at 15K already. That's fantastic. We should be having in the next 7 minutes, about 7 minutes, we'll be getting some results maybe coming through. Might take who knows how long it'll take. I mean, everything's electronic anyway, right? So it's not like it's going to be that long for results to come in. Not like Alberta. Alberta's election, it was all by hand. I
yeah,
was a scrutineer on
and
it.
and like I pointed out, like the smaller communities will start to see the numbers first and foremost,
Yeah.
coming out of the gate first, and then as time progresses, we'll start to see the trickle in of like the cities, especially the Greater Toronto area, start to trickle in
Hmm.
through the night. So
Right.
there's actually quite a bit, guys. I've been paying quite a bit of attention, and there are quite a bit of writings that are really close. So that's where smartvoting.ca really came in handy for, quite a bit of different writings. My writing in particular is Algoma Manitoulin, and the last update before they, had to stop updating as per election law was NDP was trailing the Conservatives by 1%. So 1% difference in the polls leading into the
Yeah.
election for them. So hopefully smart voting did a good job, and we see the NDP pull ahead in my riding anyway.
How do you raise it?
Fantastic.
How do you raise a hand? Like, please
You
forgive
put a
me
hand
for.
emoji. Hand emoji.
Oh, in the comments. Sorry.
That's okay. That's what I watch for. I watch to see if there's any hands raised because you can just
Okay.
do like the little this. There. I raised my hand in the chat.
Just quickly, somebody's saying in the comments that multiple polls are extending their hours in Toronto.
Oh, interesting.
So keep that in mind. If you're in Toronto, pay attention to the polls. They're extending hours in some places, so you're going to have a bit of a later wait for the Toronto ridings to come in.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
That might
Wonder
be a
if
good sign. Hey, Progressive Moose.
Sorry, what would be a good time?
sign.
A good time, a good sign.
Oh, a good sign.
Could
Yeah,
be a good
no,
time.
absolutely. If they got to extend some poll hours, then it shows that at least in those ridings that they're doing so, that people are showing up and the vote is getting out. So hopefully we see that as they close the polls and we start to see the numbers go up. Hopefully we see definitely better turnout than we did for the last election here in Ontario because that was just a disgrace. It was under 20% of turnout in our last provincial election. So, I mean, the bar's set low. We can definitely do better this time, Ontario.
Um, TJEC, 1 second. Michael, it is actually against TikTok's terms of service to make bets on TikTok. So, no. Go ahead, TJEC, and then I'll get Women of Polyev.
Okay.
Against Polyev, not of Polyev. You know what I mean.
Yeah, thank you.
If, if I could just ask the Progressive Moose, when you say the polls are open later, I'm assuming you mean that you have to be within the poll by 9 o'clock. You just can't come in after 9 o'clock, correct?
Yeah, so it's probably for right now they have longer lines than what they predicted they would. So
Yeah.
just
Okay.
as a precaution to make sure they made sure they extended it. So as long as you're in line,
Yes.
even if you're out the door, as long as you're there in line, you'll be able to still vote and get your ballot cast.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay, thanks.
Michael is such a gaslighter. Seriously. Just saying. Hello, women against Polyev.
Hello, everyone. Just wanted two things, a comment and a question. The comment being I agree with what everybody previously said about the Abby or AB issue. And secondly, my question for, I guess, Progressive Moose is I'm just seeing here, and I'm ashamed to admit it, but I am looking at X, that they're saying as of 7:30 p.m. your time, because I'm in Vancouver, it says over 4 million people have voted, but the population of Ontario is 16 million, so that's at about 25%. I'm just wondering, have you seen any turnout stats so far? Because this would be a tragedy if this is correct.
I honestly haven't really seen much in terms of turnout stats. They were predicting a bit higher than the last election, which again is really a low bar to set
Yeah,
to try
yeah.
and get for numbers. But yeah, I mean, it's so hard because Ontario's just gone through the blender in terms of parties and failures on either side of the aisle when it comes to actually fixing the issues when they have the time to do so. So, voter fatigue is really massive and a key issue that we have in Ontario because people are just tired of voting and not seeing a change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was, sorry.
Sorry. No, I was just going to
Um,
ask if those numbers included early votes.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm just seeing a couple of tweets here about it. So, but I guess my other question, if I can, and then I'll stop for the Progressive Moose, is I don't live in Ontario, I live in Vancouver, but I see the absolutely god awful things that Ford has done to people in that province. And can you enlighten me a little bit, other than voter fatigue, why he keeps getting elected and why people aren't turning out? Like, why are people allowing this to happen to them when they
So,
have
yep.
other
So
options?
just a
Thank you.
quick answer to that. So, especially right now with what we're seeing in terms of trade with the United States and tariffs, one key factor, and Ford factored this in when he called the election, was his rhetoric and how tough he's trying to act in terms of dealing with the United States. As well, he's factoring in, believe it or not, he's factoring in the federal polling, and he's kind of capitalizing off of the conservatives. Yes, they've kind of lost a lot of ground federally, but that's what we saw in Nova Scotia as well. is a lot of people are also not separating the proper way in terms of politics, so federal versus provincial. A lot of people are grouping it as one and just voting camp based, regardless of what the issues are or how the politician is. And, you know, with Justin Trudeau having such an unfavorable um, outlook from Canadians before he made his announcement to step down, the Conservatives are banking on that, and Doug Ford is really banking on all of that to push him into having a bigger majority, just like we saw again in Nova Scotia not long ago. Also,
I
sorry,
know.
just to add to that, $200 checks that every Ontarian got was a way to distract and be like, "Oh, he's giving us money. We're good. He's the one to solve things. We got money from him."
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. It
Yeah.
just absolutely befuddles me that people fall for this, but thank you. That's helpful for me. And I'll sign off here. Nerd.
Am I by myself up here? Okay. I'm going to restart, but we're going to do this on my phone. Because this keeps on crashing and not it's not working. It's not working. So if you can hear me right now, I'm just letting you know I'm gonna restart this. Um, okay. No worries. I think it's messed up right now. So I'm gonna end this and I'm gonna restart right away. We just won't be able to have this background. That's the only thing that's gonna suck. So I'll figure out a way if I can put it up on a screen or something like that instead, like on a different device or something. But yeah, one sec. I'll be back. Success. We're back. Success. This is how we're gonna have to do this because it's not working any other way. Um, Dang it. Stupid studio. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Back in black. Get your butts up here. Let's get the likes back up, guys. The shares back up.
Yeah, get all that
And
stuff
anybody
done,
unmuted
guys.
last one. It's not gonna be
Also,
muted now.
early numbers have already come in, and the numbers are staggering how fast they've come in.
Alright.
Um,
Let's get the
I'll wait
liking
a couple minutes
happening, the
here.
sharing happening. I'm gonna just have my computer open so I can look at the results, which really sucks. I can't now, but whatever. Oh, look, there's results already, guys.
Yeah, no, they're
In
coming
the
in really
time
fast.
that it took to do this, there's results. All right. Fantastic. Fantastic. Let's get the rest of the beavers up here. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was like, I'm on the wrong account. No, I'm not.
73-21. Oh man.
Where else do I have people up here? Get back up here, guys. Oh my god, my stomach is growling. Okay. Moose, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
Why can't... Oh, I turned my volume down. It's like,
me?
why can't I hear you? There we go. Oh my gosh. I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me
Numbers are
now?
coming in fast. Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now. Okay, so right now we currently
There we
have
go.
Ontario projections. PC 73, NDP 21, Liberal 16, Green 2, Independent 0.
Are you able to turn
Yeah,
your TV down?
yes, I
It's
apologize.
really loud. It's really loud. I'm gonna see if I can
I'm just trying to send out.
go on my. I guess I could have just muted you. That would have worked too. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna do this? How am I going to do this? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, my beavers, you need to come back up, please. And I
Hey,
can actually go into the other one too. Anyway, what's
I
up?
only popped up for a second because I don't know if you switched over, but I want to help you try and drive some traffic over here.
Oh, thank you.
And then I'll drop down. What
Yeah,
happened? Did your other one get taken
it
down?
crashed. My we were on live studio and it kept crashing.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, because apparently my computer hates it. So,
Oh boy.
yay. I might have had too many things open at the same time, but I needed to have them open in order to do it. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
just quickly, guys. They're already early calling it PC majority. Currently sitting at 76 seats, NDP 22, Liberal 16, and Green 2, Independent 1.
Who's calling that?
This is CTV that's calling it.
That's surprising because it is quite fast.
How many?
Yeah, I
How
mean,
many votes
the
total?
numbers
47 seats for majority. I mean, PCs are projecting
63 for
76 seats.
majority.
It says 47 on the city news one that I'm on.
Are they calling it or are they projecting it? Because there's a pretty big difference.
They just called it.
What I see right now is 76 for PC, 22 for NDP, 15 for Liberal, 2 for Green, and 1 for Independent.
Guys, please don't
Yeah.
let me bring people up, please. I don't know why this keeps happening, but people keep bringing other people up. Please let me bring people up. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Who else wanted to talk? Did we lose somebody? I thought there was somebody else up here. CTV. Yeah, we were just
CBC just called it.
CBC just called it too.
Everyone's calling it. Everyone's just saying it's a matter of how big of a majority he gets. So if he gets a bigger majority or a smaller majority than what he had.
Yeah. So based on all the indicators, yeah, they're seeing it's going to be a majority. They just don't know how big.
You know, it's really funny. The conservatives that are like laughing in the comments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Fafo. That's all I'm gonna say. Fafo.
To the conservatives that are in the chat, you guys are in the same boat. We're all in the same boat.
It's also a weird kind of MAGA-y, like, gloat thing. It's like, what?
It is. They're gloating. They're gloating about their own demise. They don't know what they voted for. They just thought this is what it is because it makes those people that I don't like upset. So that's it. Doesn't matter what costs them. As long as other people are upset, that's all that matters.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, but the conservatives love to watch people suffer. That's literally what they live for, is watching people they don't like suffer. They get off on it. It is their jam. That is their entire freaking identity.
I mean, like Nerdy said, FAFO, like, and Joe, like, that's, if your priority about who you vote for is about pissing off other people and not about what's best for your government, like, that's really sad.
I don't know this person.
I think they're all laughing in terms of their own demise because this is not a fully functioning democracy when it happens this way. And they laugh about that and they like that. And I find that disheartening.
Where is Nerdy? Hi.
Right in the middle.
Can you not see me?
Yeah, guys. So I've got the numbers right in front of me. Like I've got the TV going, watching CTV, and right now they're saying they've got the numbers in. Not all the numbers for these ridings, but 117 out of 124 seats are essentially called or projected winners at this point already. So,
Gotcha.
That's
Charles,
really
I just muted you because I just wanted you to stay muted until I introduced you. Because you also have this hissing noise going on in the background. Go ahead, TT.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's really well. I'll drop down now because I'll make space for. I'm not even in Ontario. I know a lot about how elections function, except I not Ontario. I know like all of Canada and other provinces. I think you guys use voting machines there, though, so I guess that would make it possible to tally results. You guys do use voting machines, right? Yeah. So I'm not religious, so I don't mean this way, but Godspeed to all of you. And yeah, I'm gonna make some space.
No worries. I moved it so I have 8 people now. I think we're gonna fill up tonight talking about this kind of stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I can confirm, yes, we do
yeah,
use voting machines. It's kind of like the old things we used to have, like grading tests in school. You fill in the box and then they put it through a scanner and that's it.
Yeah, they use that in some for municipal elections in BC, and it's probably the Dominion machines. So yeah, so the results
Don't
can
say that too
be.
loudly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was, this is totally unrelated to what's happening, but I was just talking about that earlier today because I was using those in Victoria when I was doing a municipal election in 2020 when the Stop the Steal was happening. And oh boy, did we get some conspiracy. I had to, as a supervisor, I had to manage um, the conspiracy about those machines. So, but I can also, like, before I perpetuate some kind of conspiracy theory, I'll just say that it's still a very robust system. I know it intimately. And, Canadian elections, I don't know who needs to hear this in the back, but Canadian elections are not under any sort of democracy threat, no matter who tries to say that in the future. We have a very strong system with checks and balances. So,
mm-hmm.
anyway, okay, good luck, guys. See you later.
Thanks. Hey Charles, you just have to unmute yourself now. If I can just get a agent, what province you're from, please.
I'm from Newfoundland, but I'm currently living in Ontario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And age for TikTok.
42.
Okay, thank you. What's up? What did you want to talk about?
Oh, well, I was listening a little bit, and it seems that everybody's forgotten kind of, all the bad stuff that the Liberals have done. Um, you know, I'm not saying that being liberal isn't like I love the old style of the liberal people, but now the liberal government, they've overstepped as far as I'm concerned, to a lot
Which
of.
liberal government are you talking
yeah,
about? Because we were
federal or
kind of just
provincial.
talking about the Ontario election.
Well, I'm talking about Justin Trudeau and
We're not talking about that.
okay, all right, have a good
Yeah,
night.
cool.
yeah,
It
and I
says it
mean,
literally says Ontario election connection. Like,
and even on that, in terms of him saying, "Oh, being liberal," you do realize like not everybody here is a liberal. Like there's different
yeah,
parties that people vote for or happen to be a part of as well.
There's
100,
So
three on the left for all of them. So
100%. I just, like I just see the way that like my wife works in childcare, and I work construction, and the first time ever in my life here in Ontario, we have a we have our own trailer for if you're feeling too stressed out and too um
that
uh
sounds awesome.
sure. I mean, but
Sounds like
construction
you're supporting people's mental health.
but
I guess
construction
that's
yeah.
a negative thing, is it?
construction is stressful, and
Yes.
you really have to be a strong-minded
Okay.
person to be.
Okay. So what you're saying is you're
I
implying that if you're
one second, Jenna. I
strong-minded,
do want to. I just want to let him finish his sentence because he
okay.
wasn't finishing what he was saying,
Oh,
and I want to know where he's going with it.
it's
Okay.
okay, Jenna.
Yeah.
Jump
No, I
jump
hear a
on it.
lot of this. If you're a strong person, then you're not going to be affected by your mental health will not be affected, or else you're quote unquote weak. But go on. You can
Um,
explain it to me because maybe I misread that.
so if you can't handle a construction site, then maybe you shouldn't be in construction. There is times on that site that I'm working on that people are pulling their hair out. But if you're gonna go over and waste time
Wait a minute. Can I just ask a question? You said people are tearing their hair out, so people are very frustrated, in your opinion.
there's a lot of stuff that's going on my site right now that could have been handled a lot better. Yes, with like
So,
as
so do you think that maybe walking away, going in a trailer, and contemplating your feelings about that before you go back to work might be a good idea?
well, okay. So when you leave for an hour and leave your crew to
I didn't
deal
say an
with,
hour, but
if you leave for, well, that's what people are doing. So if you leave for an hour and you leave your crew to deal with the problems, and then you come back and you're all like, oh, thank God I had that space, and
So
we've dealt with that problem. You're too weak
no,
to do construction. Have a great night,
no,
guys.
there's not weak. Okay, one second. I am going to interject here because would you rather? Are you just going to run away now? You like literally just wanted to spout that off and then run away because you're teacupping because you don't know how to actually run away properly. Yeah, because he knows that I was going to totally dog walk him there. If you like, I would rather have somebody go and take a time out and reconfigure their mental head, like their space, right? Like their headspace, than to make mistakes on the job
exactly.
because
Thank
of
you.
that.
And when you're in
Yeah.
an upset or stressed out situation, that's when mistakes happen. So they're not only looking
Uh,
after that employee's safety, they're looking after everybody's safety.
so I make notes about people when they come up on the panel. Charles is spouts and runs.
Mm.
Um, all right. I think up at the top we have Alain.
No, Ali. Ali.
Ali. Okay, Ali.
Nice.
What's up? Can I get age and province, please?
Ontario.
And age?
I'm 37.
Okay, cool. What did you want to add to the conversation?
No, I'm just like I'm just trying to see like what is the about. Like I just voted for with my party because I'm a PC right now, and which is my party group because my main goal is to win PC so we can fight the Donald Trump tariff.
Sorry.
You
Because
really think the PCs would do that, though?
I I think so. And that's
Okay.
what he promised.
Um,
Can
Okay,
I?
guys. So everybody on the panel, if we can start doing the mute in between when you're not actively speaking. Joe, I know that you have your own mute thing, but if you don't have your symbol on, people think that you're not muted. Um, hands up in the chat if you would like to add to the conversation. Just put a little hand emoji in the chat, and I will get my list going so we can moderate through this. Okay, so Ali.
Yeah.
Why do you think that the conservatives would be the ones who would fight against a conservative government in the States?
Well, like I don't know about the states, but I am a Canadian. Like I would right now, Doug Ford has done really good things for Canada, like for my province, Ontario, because I'm in Ontario. First thing is that we used to pay the uh,
Oh, you
we used to pay when you when remember back in the day we used to pay the emission testing, so he canceled that, and so he has done a lot of good things. Also, yes, there'll be people will be saying, oh, he has not done good things about the medical thing. That's I agree with that, but other things he has done something good with the province. So because I was a member of a Liberal Party, and I used to, um, do a convey. So I used to call people and say, are you going to vote for Reza Moridi in Richmond Hill? Because I live in Richmond Hill. So because I'm Iranian, I'm Persian by the way. So I live in a Persian area. So we usually I was a pro liberal, but I've changed my political views from being liberal to conservative.
So I'm gonna let Moose or let PG go for it. So I have PG, Moose, Jana, and then we have a new panelist, Canadian. But my question for you would be like, what's the one thing, the one policy that he had? Like, just give me one policy that he had that you wanted to vote for him.
The policy, only one policy that I would say, because I'm scared, because I need to protect myself and my fellow people who are living in Ontario, and with the the threats from the south. So that's the only thing I care about, protecting my people, my family in
That's not
Ontario.
policy. What's the policy that he had? Thanks, Mrs. What's the policy that he had that was going to do that?
Well, he will like he is going to cut, if the tariffs are going to come to our province, our country, it will he will retaliate. That's the thing. He will retaliate.
Sure. Sure. That was a front. He was putting a front on. But
Yeah.
PG, you're next. And Ali, if you could just, yeah, thank you. PG and then Moose.
Yeah. So, Jana, I'm kind of curious as to if that is the important piece. So, the guy who said he was disappointed with the GOP because they are abandoning Trump, and he is unwavering for his support for Trump. You think that's the guy who's going to save us from tariffs? You think that's the guy?
I think you said Jana, but I don't think you're talking to me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I
Yeah,
thought it was you.
it's Ali.
I just thought I would
It's
clarify
Ali.
that.
Okay, I did
Yeah,
say I thought it
Ali.
was. Okay, so I was not looking initially. Sorry about that. But to the guy who just spoke.
Yeah. So Ali, were you listening?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you think that's the guy who's going to save us from tariffs, right? The guy who agrees with Trump, the guy who's like unwavering. Literally, his word was unwavering.
Well, He's not. Uh, he's not. Accepting what he's trying to, like. It's like you need to basically think, like, how politics works, right? Like, you cannot be fully blunt, because we have a good relationship in the past with the Americans, but like we can't just cut all ties. But if he like it's just a game where, like, if he is gonna put the tariffs, so we will we will just protect our people too. So he's just trying to protect his province, and it's just like, I know the Americans are just playing. Also, they will not do that, because if
Okay.
they put the tariff, it's gonna be a bad uh, thing for the Americans too, because the Americans will feel the pain also in their country. So it's just like, we need to see who is good for right now in the federal way. Also, the conservatives will win.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the people who support the conservatives have been seen standing in front of places with signs that say mass deportations now. Do you think that that's your group?
Like, I'm an
Those are
immigrant.
your people.
Mass
Those are your friends.
mass deportation is, I came from Dubai, right? I was,
Doesn't matter where you came from. They can't tell the difference. They can't tell the difference.
but the things that I came as a league, so that's different. In Canada, there will be no deportation.
Mm-hmm. You
We're not,
think? You think?
not
That's what they
really.
thought in the U.S. though, too, right? So
Not
I'm just trying to
Okay.
let you understand what you voted for and who you support right now. But I'm gonna let anybody else talk.
Yeah, Moose is next.
Yeah, so couple points here to Alien. You pointed out the emissions test. That was something that was only in place for Southern Ontario because that's where the vast majority of the pollution is. So that's where the emission test was done, and rightfully so. Especially when it comes to what the emissions test is, it's making sure that your vehicle isn't giving off more than what it should in terms of pollution. Also making sure that everything's running properly and it's not more toxic than what it should be. And in terms of, Doug being the one to take care of the issues with the United States and the tariffs, I mean, Doug honestly, open mic said he supports Trump. He did add more context and say, but then Trump, quote unquote, used the knife. So I mean, credit where credit's due there, but I mean, nothing that Doug Ford has done has actually fixed anything. And I want to expand on that because as much as people think Doug Ford's going to fix things, he's already had pretty much a full 2 terms to fix things, and yet everything continues to get worse, right? Education has gotten worse. We're at a record amount of emergency rooms closing their doors because they're understaffed and under resourced. We're looking at the least amount put towards mental health resources and those to help the unhoused. Yes, he has put money towards that now, but again, context, it's the first time he's done so in his entire time in office. So left it till the last second when things are completely and utterly in shambles that way. Um, but yeah, I mean, he's had what 7 years already apparently being in place to fix things, and everything's gotten worse. So I don't understand how people are figuring that he's going to solve the issues when the issues have gotten worse, and some of the issues have started under his watch as premier in charge with a majority government.
The because if you see the previous government before Doug, when I don't remember I forgot the leader, liberal leader, the lady I forgot her name. I can't recall her name, but she used to taxes were high, and we used to pay a lot more. Yes, for school people.
Okay, so sorry, I'm going to cut you off right there because I have a key question. What is it that the liberals did beforehand, before the conservatives got into government in Ontario? What was it that the liberals did that made things worse?
Um, tax taxes tax.
But they didn't do anything with taxes in terms of when they were in last in Ontario.
I was going to just cut in quickly and say my dad's Ontarian, and his taxes did not go up during the Liberal government.
Yeah, so they didn't raise taxes. Taxes are being raised now under the conservatives because they're dumping more responsibilities onto municipalities. So the vast majority of municipalities have had to raise taxes. Doug Ford says he hasn't raised taxes. He's right, but he also isn't taking care of the vast majority of things that he used to take care of because he's leaving it on the municipalities to do so. So he's leaving us high and dry, and we're actually paying more taxes because of him, because he fails to manage the things that he's supposed to on the provincial level. So again, I ask you, with everything that we've seen and all the time Doug Ford has had, give me one thing that has actually made life better and how he's going to fix things when he's had 7 years to do so and stuff is still going to shit.
Um, the the highway the the highway structures, all the transportation structures in Toronto area, TTC area, or in
Okay, but how is that making things better for Ontarians, right? You can deal with all the highways in southern Ontario all you want, but in the meantime, we still have emergency rooms closing up here in northern Ontario where people can't get the basic medical health care that they are, that they should be getting because Doug Ford does not take care of health care. So again, your quality of living, what has Doug Ford done to improve your quality of living that makes any lick of difference? And how is he going to continue to do that and fix it when it's gotten worse under his watch? Please tell me how he's going to fix anything that we're facing right now, because he does not have any policy to be able to actually fix anything at this point. So please tell me what he told you that you think he's going to fix the things in Ontario?
Well, I understand, and I completely agree with your concern about the health issues in that not only Northern Ontario, in the Southern Ontario also we also have the crisis with the doctors, and not many people in Ontario cannot find any family doctors. Yes, but it's not only the provincial government.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the
What
question.
what what has
You're
Doug
skirting
told
around
you
it.
he is going to do to fix things? Give me one policy or one piece of legislation he's
Hmm?
said he's going to put in place that is going to solve any of the issues. Education, health care, cost of living, any of it.
Cost
Tell
of
me how he's
living,
going to fix it.
cost of living, number one, because
How?
that's the main thing. The
How?
inflation control.
How?
How?
What policy did he tell you he's going to do to help your cost of living? What is he going to do to bring rent prices down? What is he going to do to bring grocery prices down? What is he going to do to help you cover your basic necessities in life, like a roof over your
Also,
head and food and clothing
I just
and everything
I,
you need?
I want to interject for 1 second because Ali, do you think that the price of goods is like equal to inflation? Like, do you think because something like because your cost of eggs is high now that is inflation still?
Yes, because the inflation
But it's
is.
not. The inflation rate is down to 1.9% right now. And the cost of your goods still hasn't gone down because that's corporate greed. And also your eggs is because of the weird avian flu. Like there's reasons for things, right? He's not going to be able to fix the price of eggs because there was a huge bird flu, like a pandemic for birds essentially,
No, I
that was
understand that.
happening and it affected Canada and the US.
No, I understand that. But the main thing is, like, not only
You
it's
say that a
not.
lot. You say you understand that and then just like don't actually add
Then glazes
substance to what
over,
you're
right?
saying.
And then he glazes
Yeah.
over. I'm gonna drop
100%.
in.
100%.
I'm gonna drop and leave space for somebody else, but I'm gonna leave you with this if you
Okay.
don't mind. If I could just say one quick
Yeah,
thing.
and then Jana's going to be next.
Yeah, and you remind me of those MAGA that voted for Trump, and then after they voted, they Googled what is a tariff and how does it affect me. That is literally what you're doing right now. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Bye.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Jana, go ahead.
Got to agree with PG there because that's how this is feeling. Um, First of all, you mentioned something about emissions, and I don't see why testing for emissions isn't a good thing. We do need to worry about our environment, and if a vehicle is so old that it's doubling, tripling emissions, I think that is something that needs to be looked at. So I'm not sure why that would be a good thing to get rid of. On the flip side, second thing I wanted to mention is what was it? We were talking about that. Oh, dump. Do you know that Ford Ford loves Trump? Um, Ford was saying what he needed to say to get elected, but I don't believe it because he still has a deal with Starlink, which that's what I wanted to bring up. Starlink. Are you familiar with Starlink at all?
Yeah, but that's the
Yeah, but
stop.
you know that
No,
in
no,
Ukraine they
it's
cut
a
off
yes
all
or
the
a no.
Yes, I've heard about it in the news, but I don't think so. It's going to be fully implemented right now at the moment, because with the trade war between Canada and the U.S.
You don't think, but we don't know. And Ukraine has had their internet cut out by Starlink because Musk owns it and Musk is on Russia's side. Do we really want to be buying an internet system for Ontario that Elon Musk might decide, I'm kind of mad at Canada this morning.
Mm,
Let's shut her down. Does that sound like a good idea? Because to me, that sounds like a really bad idea.
You're right.
Um,
That was pretty much my
maybe.
point. I'm just,
Oh,
and
okay.
and you mentioned that your wife works at a daycare. So wage wise, do you really think a conservative government is going to care about somebody with a low to mid income over high income earners? Because that's just not the trend that conservatives make, whether you're looking provincially or federally.
Well, I'm not also high income. I'm a low income person.
Then that's my point,
Mm.
is that the Conservatives generally do not look out for people who have a lower income. That is not the area they care about. That would be NDP, probably would be my first choice, and then Liberal, or maybe even Green, but definitely not PC. If I was coming from this as a low income. Anyway, those are my points, but my biggest one is Starlink. I think that the fact that he's even considering that contract right now in any way is horrifying to me.
He's not.
Oh, you were not introduced yet. You give me. I have a list going of people who are.
Oh, for God's sakes, man! When are you people gonna wake the fuck up and realize that?
In line to speak. That is so hard to do.
I know. You're so mean.
I know.
You're gonna make him wait like 10 seconds while I finish my
Do you need some tissue? I have some tissue here for you. Do you
Us
need that?
us lefties are so oppressive, aren't we?
He was gonna have to wait a whole 10 seconds.
I have to wait to speak my turn.
But nerdy, freedom.
They would much more rather yell at each other.
Go run your own live if you just want to like speak over top of everybody and like not wait a turn. Go run your own live. You have enough people to do it. All right. Canadian keyboard warrior. Can I just grab age and province, please? Hello.
Yes, my age is 58 and I'm from the province of Ontario, soon to be the 51st state now that we let that guy take control for Donald Trump. Now I've got some things to say about on the 18th, I filed a human rights complaint against Facebook. They were constantly blocking me from posting links on Doug Ford's page to videos that proved him to be a liar. This would happen over and over, and you can't do this right now, try again later. So I filed a human rights complaint against them because I'm blind and I'm also have ADHD. So when I make content, it has to be at the time when my mind's focused and when I'm able to do so. And when they constantly kick me out and say, you can't communicate, you can't talk to your politicians, you can't post on Election Ontario's page, we're stopping you. That's election interference. So I filed my human rights complaint. They responded because they said I had to do mediation first. They apologized for what they did and gave me a list of remedies that they were going to incorporate over the next little while. So for 7 days, they didn't block me once. I was able to post on his page and debunk things that other people were saying and put links and videos and prove what was the real truth. Then, 2 days before the election, they blocked me again. Blocked me so I couldn't communicate at all on his page, on any of the NDP, Green Party, or any of the politicians' pages, nor was I able to post on Election Ontario's page. And I took screenshots every time this happened. So I started going hourly to prove how long I've been blocked. And this went on until exactly 9 p.m. tonight. When the election was over, I immediately went to Doug Ford's page and did a post to see if it would post, and it did. And I called out the election interference. I called out what's been going on. I've got all the screenshots. I went to vote tonight. When I went to the polling station, there were mounds of snow blocking the corners so people couldn't get down the street to the polling station if they walked. I made a video. Then when I got to the polling station, the signs, there was one sign stuck in the side of a snowbank, only visible from one side of the road. No other signage. 10 years ago, I worked for Elections Canada. They took me up to Ottawa to sit on a panel to discuss election and accessibility. And I brought up a whole bunch of points and about especially holding an election in the winter, how people with disabilities need time to prepare to be able to get out and discuss with their friends, but because of the winter, they may not be able to, and how bad it would be to hold an election in the winter. It would cause low voter turnout, especially to the most vulnerable. So I got all this evidence. I called Elections Ontario this afternoon 4 times. The first 3 times they put me through to busy lines. The 4th time I said, look, I haven't been able to speak to anybody. I'm wasting my time here. This poll's got not proper signage and it's not accessible to people with disabilities. There's big mounds of snow blocking the way. And they said, go on the Facebook page, post it there, you'll get a quicker response. Of course, when I went to do that, Facebook blocked me from posting on the Election Ontario's page. And I have all the screenshots and everything are on my Facebook page. For the last 3 days, I've been getting contacted by people who are not on my friends list saying, well, we go to Doug Ford's page. We don't see any of your posts anywhere. So I'd log in and look, well, there's all my posts. I see them. And they're like, well, we don't. I said, take screenshots. I had a friend come over this morning with their phone and say, look, I can go into your messenger right now. You're not there. It says not available. Your Facebook page, not available. I go, what do you mean it's not available? Because I had all these links on Doug Ford's page to all the videos I posted on my Facebook page. And they've been blocked by Facebook until 9 p.m. tonight. I land my plane.
That's wild. I know I heard you talking in Happy's live earlier about that a little bit, but I didn't know the rest of it hadn't come to light yet, so.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's clear election interference by a foreign entity aiding Doug Ford in his election win.
It sounds like so crazy conspiracy theory, but with everything going on right now, damn, you know? Like, I am not a conspiracy theory person, but I tend to believe you.
I believe in facts and evidence. I don't believe in conspiracy. I believe in finding the truth. When I was watching the American election, I seen something similar happening where it seemed that people, there was all these Harris videos, hundreds of them, and then one Trump, hundreds of Harris, one Trump. Then all of a sudden something switched. It went to hundreds of Trump, one Harris. And people that were on my TT4U page that would always show up disappeared. And I was all these weird people I've never seen before. And I wasn't getting the flow of content that I was normally getting. And other people started reporting this. And that got me thinking, are these apps controlling the outcome by controlling the narrative of what people can and cannot see based on their data of what they communicate on their Facebook app or their X app or whatever it is that data being analyzed? And then when those people log in, they're being fed a certain feed, like they'll hide the negatives for Doug Ford while those people are on there. And then when the people who post negative about him log in, they still see their content. That's how they're doing it. They're controlling the narrative so they can give a false outcome of support for one party. So then when people log in who aren't cognitively smart enough to do a lot of research and double check and triple check, they get fooled and bam, they've got to vote falsely. That's how they're doing this. That's how he won.
And that's something that scares me because I see a lot of like that psychology when people say, oh, the conservatives are going to win anyway. No, I'm not going to, you're not going to hear me say that. And I will. The fact is that it can become what they call a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're telling people that it's going to happen, so they're not going to bother trying. It's trying to defeat someone psychologically before the actual fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you
but
when you look on his page,
because that's all you're seeing, you may not get out to vote, which you should. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what they're doing. And Election Ontario needs to take this real seriously because we have a federal election coming up. And I guarantee you they're going to do the exact same thing to help Pierre. They're going to control the narrative. They're going to make people who have evidence against him disappear from the internet until the election's over.
Yep.
That's it. I land my plane.
Thank you. Joe, you wanted to speak next?
Yeah, it's just I'm really disappointed in how it's turned.
Oh, just 1 second, Pasty. Joe was next, and then I'll get to you.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
Rob.
I was going to respond.
No worries.
That's okay.
I apologize. My actual name is Joe, so that's what messed me up.
Oh, gotcha. Other Joe.
Could cause a problem. Yes. I was going to respond to Ari, but unfortunately he's not here to. I think he left, so that kind of makes my point moot. But yeah, just a quick add to Canadian there. Absolutely agreed. If you take a look at there is an article that came out on Substack from somebody, an individual known as Concerned Bird, who was talking about how in the background of X they were using AI technology and they were actually doing manipulations of not only the algorithm as to what gets pushed up versus what gets pushed down in regards to the U.S. election, but also adding voices and using AI to increase voices supporting Trump and adding voices to try to just downplay everything that Kamala was coming out with. So yeah, there's absolute manipulation. We know that it is. I'm a little surprised to see it on the Ontario level, but then again, I'm not completely surprised. So
Gotcha.
I think we're going to see a lot more of this kind of stuff.
Yeah. I don't have any hands up right now, and I have 2 people requesting to come up, so I'm just going to do a quick little interjection here. If we could get the taps to 20K, please, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. And I only have my shares at 48 right now, so let's get those shares up, please. If everybody just hold your finger down right here on the screen, hold your finger down. It's going to pop up a screen, and then you can go send to all your friends. Liking is free, sharing is free. Those are 2 of the best ways to boost alive. And Pasty, you are going to be next. I do know that you had your hand raised for next, but Pasty and then Moose I have. But let's get the likes up. Let's get the shares up. We do have the gift goal as well. We have the Rosa going. And if you want a really fun reaction gift, send me a cowboy hat. I'm just saying, send me a cowboy hat. It's fun. All right. Pasty, you can go next and I'll bring up our next people. Moose, you're going to be after that.
I'm fairly disappointed with how the polls are turning. There are a couple regions that still haven't put in what their ridings have come across, so I'm hoping the NDP can pull forward. Oh, so much. Don't want another 4 years of Ford destroying.
NDP are at 25 right now. 78, 25, 13 for the Liberals and 2 for Green and 1 independent. So that's what we're looking at right now.
If they can manage to gain enough for the places that haven't put into the system what their vote calculation is, that at least there's a good opposition to Ford this time.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Paper ballot or computer in Ontario?
Paper ballot.
Okay.
It is paper ballot
right.
though.
1 sec. Okay. Moose, you were next.
Yeah, just quickly, you already covered the numbers, so we're looking at 78, 25, 13, 2, and 1. My own writing here, I just want to add for context, so the polling was showing a 1% lead for the Conservatives, and as of right now, 56 out of 108 polls are reporting in my district, and currently the PCs are leading with a 40.1% of the vote, and NDP trailing at 29% currently. So, not looking good here. And it looks like that's kind of what we're seeing across Ontario for the majority. Um, yeah, it truly disappointed in just the numbers right out of the gate tonight. I really thought we were gonna see something different, but I guess not. With that being said, though, with the results being in, I am going to take off for the night.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, so really appreciate everyone. Thank you for sticking with us through our 24-hour live. With the hiccups that we've had, it's been a great marathon, and look forward to doing the next one, probably with the federal election. So stay tuned, guys.
Absolutely. Thanks, Moose.
Let's just have a different ending.
Yeah. Working Dad, I have you next. If I can grab your age and province, please.
35 in Ontario.
Okay. What did you want to add?
Oh, I was just gonna say my fiance and I were following the politics, because we're in Ontario. Yay to Ashland Clancy winning Kitchener Center again. We're super excited about that. Fantastic MPP. But yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in Ontarians right now because I'm hearing only 27% voted, and if that's the case, we've officially lost faith in the voting system, honestly.
Well, not even just the voting system, but I mean, I don't know if you heard when Canadian Keyboard Warrior was up here, but also just other people have said too that there were things that were like preventing people from voting, or like people didn't realize. Like a lot of people don't real. Frontline brought this up early this morning when we were live early this morning, but a lot of people don't realize when provincial elections are. There's not as much of a hubbub about it. You know what I mean? And that's the same thing that happened last time that Doug Ford got in. You know, like people didn't know. They didn't realize it was an election day. Signs weren't visible. People weren't easily able to access polling stations. All of that kind of stuff. Plus, you know, I mean, us as Canadians, we make it pretty easy to be able to vote compared to down in the States where they do a lot of restrictions. But these are almost like micro restrictions. You know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah.
it's small little things that they're doing to make it less accessible, but not visibly outright like, you know, gerrymandering districts and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I think the problem is too, right? Like looking at it for this time around, the thing is he's doing it in the middle of the bloody winter for one. So it's this is just the strategy of the Conservatives. It's how they are. They attack the way they do. The other issue is a lot of people didn't receive their voting cards until yesterday. I luckily and my fiance we voted early, but we didn't receive the voter cards till yesterday. So I'm starting to wonder if there's an issue within the internal office at that point who are not getting these things distributed properly in a timely manner. But as I say, the biggest issue I'm also having is people keep comparing provincially to federally, and people need to stop that. Like every province acts differently at the end of the day, and at the end of the day, like as I said, if only 27% voted in our province, I'm extremely disappointed with fellow Ontarians. And my rule is simple: you don't vote, you cannot complain to me.
100%. Agreed. Agreed. Tom. Hello, friend.
Hey, how are you?
All
I'm
right.
56 and I'm from Ontario.
Thank
And I've
you.
never been more disgusted in my whole life.
Yeah.
Anybody who voted for Doug Ford is a fascist piece of shit in my mind. Okay? Doug Ford isn't about Doug. The only difference between Doug Ford and Donald Trump is Doug Ford was afraid Donald Trump was going to get here and take over before he could sell it to his friends. Before he could sell us to his friends. That's the only difference. You know? And the fact that people didn't get out, the fact that people voted the way they did, I do not. Anybody who voted for Ford is a fascist piece of shit because that's what he did, you know. And hey, all these unions can say, well, my union, my union, my union. Yeah, well, don't come to me in a year when Ford is using the notwithstanding clause against you, like you did with healthcare, the healthcare unions and the teachers. You know, like why don't people look at history instead of promises?
Yeah. I agree. I agree. You have to look at their actions, not their not just listen to their words, right? But yeah, I mean like I don't know, I think a lot of people were really swayed. The final counts aren't in, but they've already called it. They called it for conservative majority. Um the oh, what was I gonna say? I don't know, I lost it.
Yeah, let's be clear. Not just a
One second,
minor
one second,
majority.
Tetris. Tetris, 1 second. I just need
Yeah,
to introduce you and ask you things first.
yeah, sure.
So if
Yep.
yeah, I'm just waiting for Tom to finish.
Okay.
We do a thing where we actually raise hands in the chat so that everybody has a
Oh,
chance to speak
sorry.
and we're not interrupting people.
Apologies.
So yeah, no worries. Thank you.
I'm good. If I say any more, I'm liable to go out
Okay.
right off the rails.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tom. All right, Tetris. Can I grab your age and location, please? Like province.
55 Ontario.
Okay, perfect. I think we're gonna have a lot of Ontarians in here tonight. All right. What did you want to say?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, we can say all we want about it. And frankly, I had a hard time voting today simply because I do traditionally lean PC, but I've had my issues with Doug Ford. But when it's all said and done, democracy did take over. It's not just a wrong choice of words as well. Not only a small majority, he absolutely lambasted this election. So, I mean, it can't be all of these people that are just crazy. It's still, I think we're reeling from a lot of the spoils of what happened when the Liberals were in power last time. And I think we just never got out of it. And right now, the Ontario PC Party has been a lot about bringing jobs and business into Ontario. And that's what people are reeling off of. And who knows, with all the
propaganda that's been going across the country and down south of us, it just continues.
Yeah. I think a lot of it too is that people conflate like the provincial liberals with the federal liberals, and they think that they're the same party, and they think that whatever's happening federally is what's going to happen provincially as well, right? Where there is like there are platform differences between them,
Yep.
And I think there's a lot of conflation in that too. And they just see liberal, and they don't see Bonnie Crombie. They see Justin Trudeau, and that's it. So
Yeah, I'll have to say, like, my biggest regret still in terms of the report card from Ford is coming out through COVID and out of COVID. I thought it was despicable how he treated those nurses.
yeah, absolutely.
But here I am, a traditional conservative, saying that. And this whole priority on making liquor more accessible, I mean, that's been a priority for him. I just can't believe it.
Yeah. I'm going to go to Rinse. Rinse, can I grab your age and province, please? You're muted. I had to mute you, so you
Oh,
didn't have any background
hello.
noise. Hi.
20
Age
Ontario.
and okay. And you voted today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. Who'd you? If you want to share, who did you vote for?
I voted for the PC party.
Cool. Why did you do that?
Reasoning for that, I feel like Ford has the best skills to go up versus the US at the moment in time.
What kind of skills would that be?
Well, we in Ontario cut all their alcohol sales, which was over, what was it, $7 billion.
How is that a skill?
Well, I don't feel like the Liberals would do that. I feel like only the PC party would be able to cut off the Americans. I feel like people think we rely on them way too much, and the PC has shown that we don't. That is the
I'm
reason.
pretty sure. So I'm gonna say I'm not just conservatives do that kind of stuff. Because hang on one second. Holt in New Brunswick was actually putting a pause on. It was a 30-day pause for New Brunswick liquor.
And how many
So
Liberal parties did that?
again, Susan Holt is from the Liberal Party in New Brunswick.
New Brunswick, but how many Liberal parties did that?
The New Bruns, she's the premier, the Liberal
I get that.
premier.
I get that, but I'm
Yes,
asking
what does it
across
matter?
all the
What does it matter?
provinces.
Doug Ford is one premier. Susan Holt,
Okay.
one premier. That's one for one. I don't know why you have to have more of them do that.
Well,
BC
because
did.
the
We have a conservative premier in Alberta who is bending over for Trump. You think that's standing up to him? Conservative.
Albertans haven't been happy with Canada for a very long time, and that's because of Trudeau's Liberal Party. And I can
No,
see
it
why.
isn't.
Yes,
No,
it is.
No,
No, it
They are
Tom, 1
forced.
second, please. Tom.
They are forcing Alberta to pay for the entire country, and I can see why they're upset.
That's misinformation.
That is not
So
misinformation. You
it's
can
really,
look it.
I'm
You
really,
can look it
no,
up,
1
though.
second, please. Excuse me.
I will let you talk. Go on.
No. You're not going to let me do anything. I am the one who is running this live. You are not going to let me do anything.
Well, you're the one that cut me off, so.
Yeah, I'm the host. I can totally cut you off, okay? Because you're spewing misinformation, and I'm going to stop that. Because no, don't unmute yourself. I've muted you. I've muted you so you don't interrupt me, okay? You need to learn some self-control. So the mute button there is to help you learn some self-control. Think of it as like a little pacifier, making it so you can't speak anymore.
One that you might need to use.
No, okay, yeah. So we're just going to do that since you can't respect rules. Okay.
It's always just a matter of time.
Yeah. 100%. You don't, and also, yeah, young Padawan, you don't let women do anything. Women will do whatever they want to do. Thank you.
I don't understand that mental acuity that
I felt cringe as soon
I
as I heard
thought
the word
Canadians were
let.
smarter. I honestly thought Canadians were smarter than Americans. I honestly thought they were, but this whole thing proves me wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Frontline, did you want to add anything, or Pasty, before I go on to our new guest? No? I'm assuming because you're in muting. What's no? Okay, cool. Oh, Joe, yeah, sure.
Yeah, the only thing to add there would be, yeah, we were smarter, and then we let conservatives slowly erode the education system, and that was the result.
Facts. All right. Best rustic living. Can I grab your age and province, please? And I had to mute you because I mute everybody just so there's no background noise. Because people like to also yell slurs. Put your hand up in the chat if you want to. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name's, you can
Age
just
and
call me
province,
Carl.
please. Carl.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, name's Carl. I'm from Ontario, 40.
Okay. Can I call you Carl?
Well, Carl would be better,
No.
but you can do whatever you want.
Okay. All right.
Your life, right? Your life.
Sure. No, earlier this morning, because we've been going for we're on, what hour are we on? We're on hour 26, intermittently, that our channel's been hosting a live. And way earlier this morning, I was asking for a coral, and people kept on thinking that I was asking for Carl. So I was like, no, it's not Carl, it's coral.
You've been
Anyway,
asking me for a while now.
what's up?
So you've been asking for me for a while now.
I have no. I got the coral. Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice. My sister's name's Coral,
I
actually,
did
so
because
that
I.
works out good.
Oh, serious? You're Coral and Carl?
Yeah.
Are you twins?
Stepsister. No, stepsister.
Oh, seriously? How weird is that happened?
Oh,
Um,
quite funny, right?
yeah. Hey. So what's up? What did you want to add to the conversation?
Oh, I was listening earlier, I think a little bit earlier there, anyways, and I was just kind of hearing whatever he was saying, and I wanted to know why everybody's on the panel here seems to be so against Ford. I do understand there's been some questionable things and whatnot, and selling off of land and whatnot, but I mean, when Kathleen Moon was in the type of business I'm in, and this is like I'm not jabbing or anything, right? I've always been into real estate, either through rental homes, Airbnbs, things like that. While I worked a full time job, I'm retired now, but those when the Liberals are in with Win, it made being a landlord impossible. And then with the NDP party, I think they really ruined for Ontario people voting for them again. A lot of Liberal voters never want to vote back to them again because of when she was in power. And then with the NDP, like this time around, they put on there that they wanted to get rid of Airbnbs, which was obviously a no for me. And then rent control, which was I'm not going to be a landlord as long as there's rent control. It's my investment. I don't want the government controlling my investments, right? So, not that I want to charge people over money, none of that. Never have, never will. But when rent controls are put in, you can't actually make enough money to pay for the actual property plus the income tax that comes on top of it as well. You end up losing money, so there's less rentals that way. So yeah, that was kind of my just thought process on things. You guys are asking why people voted for Ford here, and it was the safest bet.
Okay. Joe, I don't know why you said that. He could totally be in here. I'm so confused why you said that. Frontline. Can you bring out your list?
Yep. Yeah, I can bring out my list.
Thank you.
I'm guessing you want me to go over.
Yeah, the failures. So Carl, you were asking why people don't like Ford. Frontline has a very good description as to why.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'm gonna do point form version, otherwise I'm gonna be talking for too long. But
Yeah.
he's cut funding for hospitals. He's cut funding for hospitals. He's cut $1 billion to Ontario's hospital in 2019. People are still unfortunately dealing with that. They have long wait times, overcrowding, under-resourced healthcare facilities. The Ford government has failed to adequately address the staffing crisis in healthcare. There's been cuts to public health funding, lack of investment in healthcare worker recruitment. He did not handle the COVID-19 pandemic well. There's reports that he did not treat the nurses well. There's a lot of underfunding going on in the mental health care services. So that was cut by Doug's government. Let's see, there's been cuts to education, which led to larger class sizes, elimination of thousands of teaching positions, and cuts to extracurricular activities. He's made changes to Ontario's SMECH education curriculum, which included rolled back modernized teaching on LGBTQ plus issues. He's delayed decisions to close schools at the start of the pandemic, which left teachers and students vulnerable. And people got COVID more because of that. Let's see, Greenbelt development in 2022, Ford's government proposed to open up parts of Ontario's Greenbelt for housing development, which environmental groups obviously argued against because it would cause irreversible damage to vital ecosystems. He's been criticized for rolling back environmental regulations, including canceling the cap and trade program, which was designed to reduce carbon emissions. And that's why you guys got stuck with the carbon tax. Housing affordability crisis, he did not do enough to address the housing crisis. His plans to ease zoning restrictions and expedite development has been criticized for not addressing the root causes of the problem. Where am I? He's prioritized developers' interests over the needs of the public. He has not addressed affordable housing at all. He's made it easier for developers to build, but again, no actual help for everyday people in terms of rent caps or anything like that. Neglected public transit. The highway expansion over transit investment. So instead of focusing on the improvement of actual public transit systems, which help regular people get around, he prioritized the highway expansion. Tax cuts that benefited the rich, which we all know about, which exacerbated the inequality in the province. He prioritized corporate interests, so favored big businesses and developers at the expense of everyday Ontarians. He has had a confrontational approach towards labor unions, which led to multiple disputes, especially in the education sectors, where teachers and education workers have protested cuts to their services and jobs. He decided to freeze the minimum wage. Angered a lot of workers, obviously. He's failed to consult with Indigenous communities on things like the Highway 413 project. Despite calls for reconciliation, Ford's government has been criticized for not doing enough to address the calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, particularly in areas like clean drinking water and education. He faced a scandal involving the sale of the land in the Greenbelt to developers without political connections. And yeah, critics are saying that it was political cronyism that undermined trust in the government. He's been accused of lacking transparency in decision-making processes, including failing to fully disclose the detail behind some of his policy decisions, particularly regarding large development contracts and funding allocations. He's limited public input on majority policy decisions, especially when it comes to controversial projects like the Greenbelt development. He proposed changes to the Elections Act, So he pushed for controversial changes to the Elections Act, including restrictions on mail-in voting and changes to campaign finance rules, which some viewed as suppressing voter turnout. We already went over the mental health support cuts. He didn't really do anything for addiction and homelessness. And of course, he's just recently spent tens of millions of dollars on Fox News ads supporting guys like Sean Hannity. He's said many, many times that he's got very close ties to Donald Trump and that he likes him. I know that he took a, hard stance against him just by using his words over the last, couple of weeks in order to win this election. But at the end of the day, if you look at his entire history, he's aligned with right-wing populism and corporate interests. Yeah. I could probably go on, but that's, I think, sums it up.
Yeah, it's some pretty good stuff there. I can understand how if when you look at all these things, you look at them a certain way. I get that. Like, just coming back to where you had started there with nursing. My sister's a nurse. My sister's a nurse. My girlfriend's a nurse. I was a paramedic. Um, so know quite a bit about that field. COVID, with all the mandates, Liberals actually put all those mandates in that cut half the jobs for nursing, well, a good percentage of the jobs for nursing, making it so it
Mandates were
wasn't as
provincially
many.
run. Mandates were
And
provincially run.
when those people lost those jobs, that makes it difficult,
Hello?
right?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I
Hi.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mandates were provincially run.
yeah,
That was
suggested
provincial.
by, yeah,
Has
that
nothing to
was
do with the federal
suggested by,
election or the
yeah,
federal government. No,
suggested though
no,
by, it was,
no,
yeah. I watched it
no, it really
myself. I
wasn't.
can't change facts.
No,
And
it
then
wasn't.
with nursing, it's not that they're not making a lot of money because they sure as shit are. Right now, there's just not enough nurses because the overtime that comes out consistently, there's just not enough nurses right now in the field. So that is a problem for sure.
I have to weigh
We need to
in.
get
Can
more
you let me
nurses
go in,
higher.
Ed?
And then,
Hey,
everybody else got to
Tetris.
talk. I
Yeah,
want
give
my
me 1
spot
second.
too, right? And then you have tax
Well,
cuts for
you actually did have
businesses.
your spot, and I actually do have a list. You
Oh,
just kind of
Tax
like
cuts for
went in and you
businesses.
were
I'm sorry, because that
responding.
comment just drove me nuts right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a list of like people who have put their
Gotcha.
hands up in the
Gotcha.
comments
My
who're
fault.
waiting to
Yep.
speak.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that
Tax
wasn't
cuts
towards you,
for
Tetris. That was towards Best.
tax cuts
Because
for
you just kind of
businesses.
started
It
responding.
when tax
Oh,
cuts
so
for
you're not going to
businesses
address
go
what I was
in,
just saying right there at all, right? You're just going to
it
keep on
creates
like
more
ignoring what I'm
jobs, right?
saying?
When you do
Okay.
tax cuts
Well,
for
yeah.
businesses, you get
All
more.
right. You have no respect for anybody. Thanks. Thanks for the misogyny. I really appreciate it. I know that everybody wanted to address him, but I can't deal with that. You're not just going to overtalk me like that and act like I don't exist when I'm the host of the panel. And you actually said that when you first came in. Well, you're the host. So, no, I don't do that in here. Joe and then Tetris, then Tom.
I never get a chance to talk to them. I know.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Yippee-ki-yay,
No, it's no,
motherfucker!
don't. Sorry. Don't apologize
What's
because
my
you
reaction?
didn't do anything. No, don't
No,
apologize. You
well,
didn't do
it's
anything.
just funny because he thinks that because he got kicked off the panel that he won, but actually we won because we don't have to hear you talk anymore.
Yeah. No, you didn't win because you know what? You're right. Ford is your guy. Ford has always been your guy, and Ford is only for you. Because let's be honest here, that you are part of the fucking problem. You are part of the housing crisis problem. You believe that you need to have no rent control to charge whatever rent to individuals who need to get housing. Feel you should be allowed to buy as many properties as you want, to have as much income without doing any work. So no, you're part of the housing crisis. You are absolutely loving this guy who absolutely stood up to the U.S. by providing them $500 million, almost $500 million. To the Starlink program that he canceled, but uncanceled conveniently within days. We're still sending that money down there, plus $250 million to Staples. We paid for, and when I say we, because you're probably going to be looking at the tax cuts for yourself. So the rest of us have to pay for to get Service Ontario to a Staples, so that the U.S. is making money off of Ontarians, not including the $4 billion he sat on that was supposed to be for healthcare. Because you know what? But don't worry, he knows how to do good projects that was successful, right? Like Buck of Beer or the Blue Plates, both failed projects, and who knows how many millions to billions that were involved in that? No. Honestly, go to hell.
Tetris, your go. Then Tom, and then we'll finally get to Michael, who keeps dropping off the panel.
Okay.
Oh, I think you got a call. Got a call right when it was time for you to go.
Who? Sorry.
It's your turn, Tetris.
Yeah, sorry. Could you not hear me? I was.
No, when you're off screen, if you can't see us, we can't hear
Oh,
you.
because I took some notes people were saying something, so I took some notes that I was referring to, so it must have gone off. My apologies. Okay, so I'm going to try to remember everything. In particular, the last guy that you just cut off. I'm going to go to the nurses, and I tell you, I had a mom in a nursing home. I look at the work that they do, and I'm so tired of, in general, people talking about how much money the nurses make. Let me tell you something. They work for every goddamn penny they make. And not only that, they studied to get there as well. So they have the right to earn, and they deserve to earn. These are professionals, and I'm so tired of just Neanderthals like that talking shit about them. They are fantastic. If anybody's ever experienced a hospital or the need to be in a hospital, they are what make it run. Now, that's me going on a spiel with them. I go about that with a lot of professions that people should on about what they should make. If you're paying into it, you're investing into it, you deserve every penny. Now, this is a little bit full circle. So I go back to a few other comments. There was some comments made about, you know, the rich and the wealthy, the business. And there is a big truth to there are risky or at least wealthy people that will put risk behind their dollars, and they are generated folks that generate jobs for the industry or for the economy. We can't. If people talk about rent control, I tell you, the opportunity that I've often looked at to be able to go and invest in a real estate property, I have backed off for the simple reason on what the limitations are when you're doing a simple financial budget to see what you can earn versus what you get back for it. It's the rent out there being charged is somewhat assimilated to what prices we're paying for that capital that you need to buy those places today. Toronto is uncontrollable in terms of overall prices and the GTA. So it's not a function of just saying, let's put rent controls and let's make the landlords eat it. I mean, I don't know. There's truth to a little bit of both sides. I'm going to extremes, but I'll tell you, I wouldn't invest, not a chance would I invest in real estate right now. And I think, you know what, there's probably more to be said around a couple of things. I do believe that Ford has that report card that I heard the other, sorry, don't forgot who was doing it, that went through the report card of the bad things he's done. There is no question. But man, when I look back at the years before that under Win, there's probably a report card there that we could have done with the Liberals too. It's just a never-ending cycle. Everybody kind of into it from themselves. That said, there's good and bad, and yet the majority, and I mean full majority, whether you're teachers, nurses, whoever you are, man, you went out there and voted. And I think we should not stop. We have MPs. Make no mistake, folks. As a person who is a traditional conservative, you don't like what's going on. You don't like what's happening. It doesn't just stop at the vote. You walk into their office and you complain to them. You make sure that they're listening to the constituents. That's my preach for the day.
Okay, thank you. Tom is next, and then Mike. Mike, you don't get to skip the line. Like you actually left and came back, and had you stayed in here, you would have been able to speak a few times already. Just so you know. So it's kind of like, you know, when you hang up on a phone call and then you call back and you get put later in the line. That's kind of the same thing. I understand that you're waiting. Everybody else is waiting patiently too, but they put their hand up in the chat that they want to come up or that they want to speak. So, Tom first, and then Mike.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's so obvious sometimes. All you have to do is just watch. Like, at the end of COVID, he was given all this money
to revamp the schools and provide proper ventilation and all this, and he lost the money. And then all of a sudden, just before the election, we've got a Super Bowl ad that's basically an FU to America. I don't know how much they cost, but I know they cost a hell of a lot of money, and I know that that money could have been used in Ontario for Ontario jobs, for Ontario healthcare, for Ontario, but instead he spent it in the States on the Super Bowl. Like, it just makes no sense. Like, why don't people just pay attention to this stuff? I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. All right, Mike, can I grab your age and your province, please? You have to unmute yourself. So you either tap your picture and there's a mute button there, or at the very bottom of the screen, there's a little microphone button down there too. I told you how to do this when Happy was live the other day. There you go, or earlier.
46 Ontario. How are you doing, everyone?
Good, thanks. All right. What did you want to add to the conversation?
Well, I'm not sure where the conversation's going, but no, I was.
Were you not listening?
I'm listening.
No, but were you not listening to what everybody else was saying?
I was listening to progressive conservative guy for like 20 minutes. And I feel for him for like on 50% of his issues, the nurses, all that. My mom died September 4th.
Oh, you're covering up your microphone right now.
Pardon?
You're covering up your microphone right now?
My mom died September 4th, 2022.
Okay, 1 second. Mike. Okay. You need to stop with the passive aggressive right now, okay?
There's no passive aggressive.
There is, because you were covering up your mic and it's no, stop talking over me. Stop talking over me.
I'm not talking over you.
You are talking over me, okay? I'm trying to explain something to you. I told you that there was an issue with your mic because you were covering the microphone on your phone. And then what you did instead was you moved your foot was in your mouth, but your phone was like right by the mouth and it was popping in our ears because you went so close to it instead. So just keep it where it's not going to get covered up nicely. Usually a stand works really well because you're not covering up your mic. You have a mic on the top and the bottom of your phone. So you just have to make sure if you're holding it, hold it on the sides so then we can hear you properly. I'm trying to fix an audio issue. That's it.
Okay, sounds good.
Now you can go.
I'm talking on a $7,000 satellite phone, not an iPhone, not a Samsung.
I don't care how much your phone costs.
I don't pay for it.
Make your point. Make your point. It doesn't matter what kind of phone you have.
Do you guys want to listen, or I'll just jab at the conversation?
Are you going to talk about the conversation? Like
I was going to be very positive with the last guy that was just on, but you're like pretty aggressive. I might just dabble out of the conversation.
Wow. Is it because I'm a woman that I'm aggressive? Because I'm standing up to you, I'm aggressive?
You have the opposite president for the Paramedics Association in Ontario standing right beside me. I'm just saying, I'm gonna dabble in this conversation. It's all good. Everyone have a good night. I don't
understand what that means. Yeah, you left the last time anyway too after you gaslit
us. Just say you're very aggressive and you won't let real people talk. And the last guy was actually really cool. I'm done.
Nobody up here is a real person?
The last guy was great, and I wanted to comment on his stuff.
Yeah, because you agreed with him. That's why. You agreed with him. That's why you think he was great. You don't like it when people don't agree with you, and if they don't agree with you, they're aggressive. Or if they're telling you things and trying to fix like technical issues or telling you to stop behaving the way you're behaving, you think that they're being aggressive. I am straightforward in what I say and how I say things. If you don't like that, you're more than welcome to leave. But I don't beat around the bush. I'm not going to sit here and be a meek little girl for you and just let you walk all over me. Hello?
Yeah, what?
Yeah. Are you staying or are you leaving? You said you were gonna leave, but then
No,
you're staying.
I'm here. I'm gonna let someone else speak because you're very aggressive to me. I'm just gonna listen to other people that actually have good conversation. I'll keep listening to them, but yeah, I'm just gonna sit
Do
back
you
and
need
chill.
this? Do you need this? Okay. If you could mute yourself, that'd be fantastic.
I pay for your app, and that's non-professional.
What
And
app?
we'll let the next person speak.
What app? You pay for what app?
I pay for you right now on the Beaver.
You pay for me? You pay nothing for me.
Well, I'm paying on this, and listen,
You're saying you're a
let the
subscriber. Is
people
that what you're
talk.
saying? You're
Hey,
not a subscriber.
don't get
You're totally
impatient
not
with
a, I
me.
just looked. You're not a subscriber. You pay nothing. You pay nothing. You are here. You are not entitled to this space. So you can join the conversation and stop bitching about it, or you can leave. You have two choices.
Well, I'm paid subscriber. We'll deal with that tomorrow.
You're not a paid subscriber. I just looked. You are not a subscriber.
I'll take your job tomorrow. It's all good.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Muffin.
What the hell?
All right.
What the hell was that?
No idea. I have no idea. I just know I'm not letting him up again. So, what
People hurt my
was
brain.
that? What
People hurt my
was
brain.
that? All these
Oh my
guys just
God.
think that I'm just gonna like let them walk all over me. Like, what?
I'm not gonna lie. I think he sounded a little bit inebriated, and I think he stumbled into the wrong live. He might have subscribed to a live. I don't think it's this one.
He's
I
not
don't even know if it's
subbed.
on the
I
right
looked.
app.
He doesn't have a beaver next to him. He doesn't have the beaver lit up.
Oh no.
And he's been like,
I'm not contesting you. I'm thinking he might have subscribed to a channel or an app. He might not even be on the right
You know
app
what?
right
I
now.
bet you it's Chev, Canadian Chev. I bet you that's who it is. That he subscribed to Canadian Chev because he's the one who uses the beaver stuff.
Could be.
Yeah. Somebody is tapping in my ear right now.
Back to mute.
Okay. So by the way, speaking of subscribers, we do have our subscribers up there, like our subs up there. If you want to support the channel, that's one way to do it. We also do have our gift goal up there. I have the roses up there. If you want to help support the channel, that's another way to do it as well. Thank you for the heart me there. And then don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube. Every single episode that we have gets posted on YouTube. I will be posting every single segment of this 24-hour live on the YouTube, it's 29 hours, but on YouTube within the next 48 hours. I have I think 7 of them downloaded already, so I just have to clip them and pop them up there. But yeah, that's ways that you can help support us. Don't forget, we are live 7 days a week, 10 shows a week. We have, and if you looked in the pinned video in our bio, that will tell you every single show that we have. Yeah, he didn't know that he was dealing with the mistress. So, I love it. Fantastic. All right. Red Mage. Can I grab your age and province, please?
37, Ontario.
Fantastic. What did you
10
have to add to
shows
the
a week?
conversation?
How is that? Did you say 10 shows a week? How is that mathematically possible?
Because we have 2 shows 3 times a day. Or 3 days we have 2 shows.
Oh my lord. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just reeling right now because I knew he was going to win, but he did, so we got dug again.
Yeah, I think everybody was really hoping for a minority government rather than a majority, or at least something closer, but yeah.
Yeah, we got vote split over here in my riding, so it's like we could have won, but I guess we split between NDP and Liberals.
And I think, Joel, I'll get to you next. And if anybody else wants to join, make sure you raise your hand in the boxes or in the chat. Raise your hand in the back. I can't speak now. I'm so over this all. Raise your hand in the chat if you want to speak. But yeah, I think that's one of the downfalls of having like a multi-party system instead of just a 2-party. But then 2-party system also sucks. Like they both have their downfalls to it, right? So, Joe, I have you next, and then Pasty.
I mean, you're right. Unless we go multi-party system on proportional representation, then we can actually get some shit done, and that'd be a nice thing to do.
Or
I
rank
also just
choice.
wanted to highlight a good story amongst the shitty evening. So, in my area, the city of Ottawa, there was a riding called Ottawa Nepean, and the MPP that was there was a lady by the name of Lisa MacLeod, a very horrible conservative woman. I believe she was also one of Doug's cabinet ministers. Well, unfortunately, it appears because her riding at the time when she got voted in last time, it was 37%, and the next riding, I believe, was Liberal or close to it, was only like 4% away. Well, she lost her riding, and so it's now gone over to a Liberal by the name of Tyler Watt, a nurse no less, who is now going to be taking her place, and we get rid of a very she was not a nice person. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, that's a bright spot.
I'll take it. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, fantastic. Pasty, you're next.
I was looking at the writing from my hometown, and I became very proud because they're one of the few spots on the map that are completely orange. NDP won throughout Tomagaming and Sudbury area.
Nice.
Which is a
Nice.
step for them because they're like Christian mining towns stuck in the 90s.
Hey, Sudbury, isn't that Moose's area?
Yeah, around
that's Moose's area.
Yeah, we're friends outside of TikTok.
Yeah.
He's the one that introduced me to the Beaver.
Yeah, he was saying he knew you and then sent us a message and we were like, yes. That's why I reached out to you yesterday. I guess this morning, not yesterday. No, I slept. So today is today. Yesterday was
Did you get enough sleep though? Because like you were really tired.
No, I did not because they were grading the my cul-de-sac and getting rid of all of like the huge thick amount. The ice was higher than the sidewalk was. That's how bad it was. And it was bad, but it was rumbling outside my window and I was still really groggy from my sleep. So no, and I couldn't get back to sleep after that.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. I don't think I had anybody else in here. If anybody else wants to join, let me know. I can expand it to the 8 people still. I just want to keep it so that it like looks good. Frontline, Tom, Tetris. Oh, yep. Go ahead, Red.
In the chat, somebody was saying, why didn't Trudeau do electoral reform? And I'm like, at this point, I would take, ranked choice because we would not have this split.
Facts. Exactly. Yeah. Ranked choice would be so much better. Yeah. Frontline, Tom, Joe, or Tetris. Did you guys want to add in anything?
Absolutely. The only thing I'd say is, it would have been nice to have electoral reform, but if Trudeau made any changes, it would have only been at the federal level. He wouldn't have made any changes in the provincial. So let's keep that in mind.
Yeah. And so I'll just update the numbers right now. PC's 80, NDP 25, Liberal 14, Green 2, Independent 1. It keeps on. I think it's an NDP and a PC that keeps on flipping. No, maybe it's a Liberal and I think it's a Liberal and a PC keeps on flipping. So yeah, you can't believe Ford won again, Marcel. Yeah, I know. But there's the thing, like they fell for it. Like the Maple Mega fell for it. And like not even just the Maple Mega. It's like it's the Conservatives that didn't know any better fell for it, and they fell for his, oh, we're gonna stand up against Trump, blah blah blah, and the little hat that he made, Canada's not for sale. They fell for that. He that was all just a show to try and get votes. I'm telling you, he still supports Trump 100%. So
still bought into Starlink.
Yep. 100%. Yeah, Pasty.
I just really hope that the way the provincial turned out doesn't reflect in the federal. I am absolutely terrified if we get a conservative majority for federal. Just for the anti-women's rights that they've been targeting for reproductive rights. and then trans rights and the LGBTQ community. Yeah.
And and let alone Indigenous rights as well, because the
Yeah.
Conservatives are so not for Indigenous rights either.
Oh no, and the fact that PP was saying that he wants us to go back to the time of John A. MacDonald is terrifying, because that man was the main person responsible for the implementation of residential schools.
Right. Joe, I never
You
see
know,
any of your messages while you're sending them to me. I don't know why. So weird. Red, you can go ahead. And then
It
Tetris, I
doesn't.
think you're unmuted, so I don't know if you wanted to speak.
It doesn't seem like in this age that people are really considering or caring about policy. Wondering if we should really shift focus to a rhetorical battle.
I mean, it's almost like you just have to come up with catchy slogans. That's it.
Yeah,
Axe
just
the
like
tax.
a slogan for somebody's gonna get, I don't know, UBI or something like that.
Carbon tax, you know what I mean? Like they come up with all these names and these slogans and stuff like that. Maybe that's just what we need to do in order to get attention.
Yeah, but don't they see that's 100% Trump?
No, they don't,
Wins.
because they idolize him. Yeah, I know.
Trump can do no wrong.
Yeah. Tetris, did you want to add? I had to mute you because you have a TV going in the background.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm a little bit confused here. I mean, as much as I'm not totally disappointed with the outcome of a PC majority. I don't like Ford, but I do like my representative. That said, I mean, if we feel that this is such a bad swing, I mean, what happened to all the voters? The majority, he won 80. He won. The party won 80 seats so far. If I'm not mistaken, that's the last count.
Yeah.
Can I put out
Are people?
content? I
One second, Tom.
Pardon me?
Just 1 second. I'll come back to you.
All
I'll
right.
come back to you because Tetris was still finishing.
No, I'm just. My question to everybody is here is like, do we really believe the majority of Ontarians are stupid? Like, there's something to this that has made people, and it's not just Trump. Because to be honest with you, I mean, my thought about it wasn't about the idea of what retribution I would have with Trump. Trump is just a boaster. He's just an egomaniac. I felt he had no influence on it, but that's me. I traditionally look at the Conservative Party as a party of looking out for economics in general. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. And you already heard my spew off on the whole healthcare system. I do feel that they have flaws that they need to fix. But I'm just not sure how everybody in here is so against it. And why pro-liberal? Why would the liberals do any better right now? I don't get it.
Tom, and then Red, and if you wanted to like say what you're gonna say and maybe address that as well. Why liberal?
I don't care whether you vote liberal. I don't care whether you vote peace, NDP. I don't care. Like I just don't vote for Ford. I mean, he's been so obvious. He has literally destroyed our healthcare. Like, and you can't put that down to anybody else. He has destroyed our healthcare. Okay, by just tearing it apart. I mean, um, if you want a real life example of what it would be like if they privatized our healthcare, it's pretty simple. All you got to do is get a pet and go to the vet, and they will tell you, and they will bill you what that's what it will be like. I mean, there is little. I put out content about this, on top of content on top of content. I've talked about this to anybody and everybody that I can. I mean, literally, like there's Canada, Ireland, the UK, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, 0. They none of them had any bankruptcies for medical bills last year. The United States had 326,000 bankruptcies because of medical bills. And this is what Ford is trying to give us. This is the kind of system that he's been trying to put us into for years. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And then he tries to take the most inalienable rights, like the right to strike, that's written into our into our rights. Our I'm getting excited. And then tries to use the notwithstanding clause to make an end run around it. And then he's got all these unions promoting him for the election. I mean, it makes no sense. So yeah, I'm wondering why I am seriously wondering why Canadians are as stupid as Americans. Why they're falling for the same, like, I mean, at least the Americans, you know, they can say they didn't see it coming, but I mean, we've got a template down the states. So does that make us stupider or smarter? Or just as stupid? I mean, we can see it down in the States, the way it's going down in the States, the way it went down in the States. And we're doing the exact same thing. We're doing the exact same thing up here. We're following the same path. I mean, the United States, as far as medical care, is an outlier. Every single industrialized nation in the whole world has accepted the fact that you have the right to health care, but not the United States. The United States are a bunch of profiteers, and they want to make a profit over it. So Doug Ford wants to make his friends rich from it. You know, I mean, I yeah,
You're good.
yeah.
Yeah. Red?
I'm just gonna echo what Tom said there. Like, I can't figure out what it is because, like, I don't see anybody at all in my daily life who's had their material conditions improved with these years of Doug Ford and government. I don't see it. And when you go to the hospital, like to his example, I don't want the case to be I break my arm, I go in, and I have to worry about filling out insurance forms and them checking in the back whether or not I'm covered or the hospital is in network before they work on me. Like, why would anybody want that? That's a horrible system. But that's where we're going. And I don't understand it. I don't understand why people look at a system like the United States, think that, that's something that we should emulate when it's not. And that's all that Ford's doing. He's pulling the money out of the public system, paying contract nurses much more just to drain that profit or drain that funding from the public and kill this public system. I don't get it, and it's garbage, but this is what we voted for.
Yep. We have a new person on the panel. Lou, can I grab your, I just muted, oh, you're gonna mute yourself, you're good. Can I grab your age and province, please?
I'm 30 and I'm from Ontario.
Have you been up here before?
No.
Okay.
It's my
All right.
first time.
Okay, cool. What's up? What do you want to add to the conversation?
I just wanted to say that this election was kind of a mess in general, especially in my riding. When I was looking into my MPPs or just like the candidates that were like running, my NDP MPP like came in 3 weeks before the election. Like the NDP was not prepared at all.
There wasn't that much door knocking or that much outreach in general in my writing, which was kind of depressing. And I feel like that was happening in a lot of writings. Just like candidates were not doing outreach at all, and it was kind of surprising because you would think they would go out of their way to try and get new voters, but nothing. I didn't see any signs for NDP. Some of them were liberal, but like again, I think this was like a last minute election that parties weren't prepared for at all. And hearing rumors saying that some candidates were saying, "Oh, we're gonna wait until Pierre loses and then Ford will be out, and so we'll have like a clean race." I don't know if that's true or not, but at the end of the day, I think it's not so much about like Doug Ford being like why didn't people go out to vote, or like why people were voting for conservatives. It was more so just a like a lot of conservatives poisoning the well, and then b um candidates not really doing that much to garner support. Like at the end of the day, it's last minute. Everything was last minute. So you see a lot of parties just scrambling to get something going, but at the end of the day, you can't really do that much in 30 days, right? You can't get outreach and big support in 30 days. You just had to deal with what you had. And
It's not
again,
enough time to get to know the candidates, right?
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay, I
And
have you next.
yeah, it's just a sad outcome. I'm
Yeah.
I'm just kind of sad about what we saw today.
It's disappointing, yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah. Hello, Jay. I just muted you because we're doing this thing where if you aren't speaking, you have to be muted. So you can unmute yourself and you can have your say. What's going on?
So, a little bit of perspective here. I was actually asked to run as a candidate for the Liberals in this election. So, I can show you screenshots. I went to school with Jonathan Crombie. I was in the Young Liberals with Jonathan Crombie. So, I actually knew Bonnie Crombie's son pretty well. And I was in the Young Liberals like almost a decade ago at this point, and I was asked, and I didn't run. And a large part of the reason why is I think there is an element of the left that no longer stands for opportunity for those who would otherwise have none, that no longer stands for people having, you know, avenues for upward social mobility. It's not about rights, freedoms, opportunity. It's not the party of Charles Sousa, it's the party of Kathleen Wynne. And we did not need a successor to Kathleen Wynne. We needed to put the torch to her legacy. We needed to focus on bringing the party back to its roots. And I don't think the Liberals have gotten that message. I don't know if they ever will, to be honest. And I think that is a huge and incredible loss. And I think until the party understands that focusing on being inclusive to all Canadians is not a politics of shame, is not a politics of exclusion. It is not mean girl politics. It is not like when the conservatives say identity politics, they weaponize it. But I think there's an element of like particularly white leftists that do not understand that the whole point is that everyone can feel welcome and Canadian, and when the entire point is to be like, oh, feel bad for yourself because you're in group X, Y, or Z. That's not the fucking point. It's not, and they don't get it. They really don't, and they've lost because they've lost faith from a lot of peoples, and that's a big issue that they need to deal with. This is a larger issue with the left globally. They have not learned from the mistakes of the Democrats in the U.S. And I'm honestly, if they don't figure out that being on the left is not just obsession with buzzwords, it is not just like repeating gender identity, sexuality over and over again ad infinitum,
that is not necessarily what resonates with people that just want capitalism without being discriminated against. Realistically, that's what 90% of people in this country want. And that lack of coherent messaging to the vast majority of Canadians, and focusing specifically on like a tiny group of people that are within government that like just, you know, sucking themselves off in terms of marketing and feeling good about themselves because they just want more narcissistic supply. That is not the point. Sorry.
You're good. Okay. Does anybody want to respond? And then I apparently Ford made his speech, and I figured it was probably some the video is kind of gross.
I'll
But
respond to that. I would like to respond to
what?
that. I said I would like to respond to that.
Okay, one sec. Yeah, Tom, and then Lou.
Yeah, like I don't see you know what I love is Republicans down the states love to blame Democrats for not doing their job when Republicans are walking right over them. When they've got the House and they've got the Senate, but they're saying that the Democrat should have voted, because if they should have voted this way, because that's the way it should have went, because they voted them out when they've got the majority. So I don't get your point. You talk about buzzwords and all this. Well, yeah, Pierre Poilievre has been nothing for the last 6 months but 3-word slogans: axe attacks. You know, like, and everything he says is a direct contradiction to everything he's done. Like he talks about Singh wanting an election to go on because he wants to get his pension. Poilievre's had his pension for years, and he's never done a damn thing.
Lou.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Jay saying leftist but running for the Liberal Party, and kind of just confused by that because the Liberals are centrists. They're not really left in general. I mean, we saw Bonnie Crombie talking about or capitulating to privatize healthcare a little bit this earlier this week. Um and so I just wanted some clarification on that part. If you can.
Absolutely, I'm happy to give that. So when I'm talking about the left, I'm not talking in a socialist sense. I'm not talking in a, you know, giving the state a larger capacity in terms of controlling the means of production. So that's not what I mean by the left. I also don't mean the left in the sense of like necessarily being the most left-wing party. Obviously, when it comes to more socialist enterprise, the NDP goes there as well. When I'm talking about like being socially on the left, so typically the position of the Liberal Party is to be socially liberal and economically conservative. And being socially liberal was, it meant something very different in like the days of Jean Chrétien than it does in the days of Justin Trudeau. And those sort of trend differences I think are important to consider when we're talking about how people, you know, form their value systems, how people make judgments, how they infer things, what they look at, what they don't, and fundamentally how they understand identity. So if, for example, you know, like I'm someone that is brown, that is a religious minority, whatever, but in like Jean Chrétien era, even in Harper era, like I I felt very much included in the term Canadian. I felt very much included in the term Ontarian. I felt very much included in all of these things. And we've seen sort of a left that sort of piecemeals people's identity socially. And when people view me, they view me as identity A plus identity B plus identity C plus identity D. And I don't think they view me as a person. and that's a problem. And this is one of those things where, you know, they'll get offended and not hear what I'm saying. But there are a lot of people that look like me who, when y'all aren't around, we say these things. I'm able to say this shit on the internet. A lot of my friends that might look like y'all in real life, I wouldn't say this to their face. But, you know, keeping it real, that's a thing.
Yeah, I understand. I'm black myself, so I like 100% understand that. Id poll is kind of a very toxic thing in the political space, as you're not really seen for your ideals, but rather like your hierarchy within the you know the uh, the political landscape of I mean, id poll at the end of the day, identity politics. But also, I like to say this before I just like hop off. Um, in my eyes, when it comes to the Liberal Party, I don't think, and I've talked to a lot of people about this as well, but like the material conditions under the Liberal Party has always been status quo and hasn't really given us anything to grasp at when it comes to what they've done in the past, uh, especially in Ontario. After Mike Harris, it was just status quo, like business as usual. After the man like kind of destroyed Ontario. Um, I mean, if you look at Bob Ray and what he did in Ontario and trying his absolute best to like save Ontario from going bankrupt, like if you look at the NDP platform in general, it's just they've always tried, and I feel like for me at least, the Liberal Party is kind of just been safe. It's always been the safe party. It's never been something that's like tried to go out their way to like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling about the Liberal Party and my disdain for them, but um, for me, yeah, I can't get behind them. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm gonna just hop off. Thank you for the live, all that, and let me
Absolutely.
talk about peace.
Yeah, absolutely. You can stick around if you want to watch Ford's speech, because that's what I'm gonna play. Oh, it gave me an error code. Why did it give me an error code? Oh, maybe we might not play it. We'll see. I have to find the spot again. I'm gonna invite this. John wants to come up. Oh, Tetris dropped. When did Tetris drop? Tetris, it says that you're in here, but then you... Wait, no. Tetris dropped a while ago. Okay. Hi, John.
Hey,
Hello, friend.
hey, hello. Oh, such a sad time for Ontario.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like the candidates that in my riding didn't like. The only candidates that came to the people's door was the NDP. That's it, and somehow our conservative guy gets reelected, which doesn't make sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I just don't get it. Like, and like Doug Ford getting reelected again, it's like, why? Like, what's so important about this guy right now?
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Jay. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to respond to that because I mean it's the second time that we've heard this, and it's an excellent point. Like, um, a lot of people are asking like, why didn't we get enough people coming to our doors to talk to us from the other parties? Why weren't they out there? It's by design. You need to understand this was a snap election that came in real fast. Doug Ford announced it, and literally 27 days later, we're at the polls. This is a very short amount of time. There was very little warning. And the advantage of that is to the incumbents. Because remember, if you're a candidate that's elected and you're an MPP, you've got a job of campaigning and being there the entire time. If you're not, there's not candidates waiting in ridings to take the place. If you're in conservative riding, the NDP and Liberals don't necessarily have a candidate there ready, waiting to go. Sometimes they're lucky they are, but most often they're not. So that means they need to go find somebody to go in that seat and get going. They may or may not need to be vetted, and then start campaigning, start fundraising, and that's just a really complicated and expensive thing to do in a short amount of time. And let's be honest here, 27 days is a short amount of time. They don't have it. All these parties were banking on this is going to be an election in October. Sorry, in 2026. Nobody was ready for it in that short amount of time. So he won just by making sure to run this election, A, on that, B, on the fact that he had a bit of a win, but that was a bit after he did the drop of the writ. But in regards to his strong talk on the Trump, even though he really didn't, and C, he also was needing to do this now because at the time when he dropped the writ, he saw that possibly Pierre was going to win the federal level. And if Pierre won the federal level, when it came to an election next year in Ontario, he wouldn't have held the seat because Ontario is a reverse bellwether. They would have automatically kicked him out and flipped him over to at least a Liberal, if not NDP. That's it.
Gotcha. Tom, you're next, and then John again.
Yeah, I'm just tired of the excuses. Like it's like the Liberal Party didn't do this, so I'm going to vote Conservative. Or the NDP Party didn't do this, so I'm going to vote Conservative. It's never the fact. Hey, Doug Ford did this, and this. So I'm not going to vote for Doug Ford. I'm going to find another option. It's hey, I can't vote for this. I can't vote for the Liberal Party. They're my party. So I have to vote for Conservative because, like, forget your justifications. I don't give a shit about your justifications. If you want to vote for the Conservative Party, go ahead and vote for the Conservative Party. But just know that if you do so, you're a fastest piece of shit. I don't give a shit. You sided with Trump. When you side with conservatives, you're siding with Trump. You can talk all day long about the fact that no. Yeah. You sided with Trump. You're siding with Trump because Ford has been trying to sell this country to the United States in every single way, shape, or form to the United States for years, long before Trump came along. So like I said earlier, Trump's the only reason why Ford is so against Trump is because Trump's trying to take Ontario away from Ford before he can sell it to his friends in the States. And it's not one way or another. We're gonna get there. If Polyev gets elected, we're done. As a country, we are done. He will sell us out as soon as he gets a chance or can make the excuse. And that's a simple fact. That's like because that's what they are. And then there'll be and I don't understand why people don't see it. All you need to do is just look at what he's doing. Look at what he's done. Look at his record. Like Pierre Poilievre, like they've got a website for Pete's sake that says everything that Pierre Poilievre says he did, but didn't do. Yeah. They've got a website out. Like it's time after time after time after time again. But you're gonna make an excuse. You want to make an excuse to vote for Pierre Poilievre? Sure, go ahead, but don't run down the Liberal Party or the NDP Party just because that's your because you're looking for justification. You're a fascist piece of shit. Accept it.
Rustic, I just want, John, before you go, There's a couple of things I want to address in the comments. Rustic, um, still crying up, still up here crying. PP is next, crybabies. I don't see anybody crying. I don't see anyone crying. You're the one who couldn't handle a woman telling you what to do. And then I have another one back here. Where is it? Why the fear mongering? I didn't understand that. I don't understand how spitting facts is fear mongering. Then somebody said something else. Oh, I'd rather be a 51st than under liberals. Buy healthcare. Glad that you want to pay out of pocket for everything. Your taxes will also go higher than they already are. Just an FYI. Americans pay more taxes than Canadians do, and we have free healthcare on top of that. So, hello, Miss Lotus Lady. Okay, right before John goes, I just want to say there's 84 people in here right now. 84 people. Can we get some tapping going on there? Because we're only at 26K likes, and we should be like way higher than that right now. I don't know who just dropped. Pasty, you might have been off app too long. I don't know because you've been going back and forth. We are in. Why doesn't it tell me how long my? Oh, there it is. 2 hours. So we're 2 hours into the live. We're only at 26K likes. We should be way higher than that. Way higher. Friday nights we'd already be at like 60K right now. So let's get the likes up there. Can anybody tell me what we're sitting at for shares? Because it never tells me the right number on here.
This is on my end 94.
94, fantastic. Let's get that to 125. Or even higher than that anyway. If everybody in here sends it to one person, just one person, or even just hits copy link once, that'll increase it exponentially. It's just going to help drive the live and help get us out there more on the FYP. Also, we do have our gift goal up at the top there. It is the rose. It's 1 coin to do that. Don't forget you do your daily heart me as well. Atlantic, Canada, if you're out there, it reset for you 9 minutes ago, so you can send another heart me right away. And I think that was it. Be polite, I throw likes. Michael, you gaslight and you overtalk women, so you're the one who needs to be polite and learn how to not be misogynistic. John, you can go ahead.
No, I was just thinking too. Like, there's two things I want to bring up to the panel. I want to see what they have to say. With Doug Ford winning, and you can tune into if you want nerdy. So, like, with Doug Ford winning, do you think a lot of people voted for him because he got like an extra $200 in their pocket, like as bribery? Like, hey, I'm sending you $200. You better vote for me.
Danielle Smith did the exact same thing. She gave everybody. She gave seniors and I think like parents, anybody with kids, got $100.
Wow. And then my second opinion, like, I don't know, it's just an idea. Like, I was talking to my buddy tonight while we were watching, polls coming in and stuff. I said, I kind of wish we had like what America has for their elections. You get to vote for the person in your riding, then you get to vote for your, for your leader as your province. Just kind of, and they should do that for the federal election too. Like, you vote for your seating area, and then you vote who you want as your, you know what I mean? I don't know. I just think that'd be a good idea because I don't know. I just think it'd be smart because that way, say, like, because on our riding, we always have a conservative always winning. It's like constantly conservative. So I was like thinking, okay, well, hey, I want NDP to be our riding area, but I want, like, say, for an example, like a liberal leader as our province leader. If that makes any sense to the panel or anyone want to add something into it, more welcome to. I'll just mute myself just in case everyone wants to talk over. Nobody?
I was going to say, does anybody have anything to add to that?
Go ahead, Frontline. If you wanted to, you're more than welcome to add it. Like, I just thought that would be a good idea because, like...
Can you actually repeat that again? Sorry, I was actually just texting with Nerdy because she let me know that I had to just watch the live while she's gone for a sec, so I wasn't actually listening to what you said.
No worries. So, no, I was, like, basically saying that we should... It's too bad we don't have an election like the U.S. has, kind of deal, like, where you have, like, 2 ballots kind of deal. Like, so you vote for your leader and you vote for your riding. So kind of like you can vote for like NDP here, and then you can vote for like Liberal for provincial or federal. So if that makes any sense. So it's like, yeah, like
sorry.
It
I
sounds like
kind of
what
get it.
goes on in the States, right? Like you would vote for
Yeah.
your governor, like you'd vote for everybody separately, right? So same thing like what they do in the States. They vote for the president, they vote for the governor, they vote for their senators, they vote for their House representatives, all individually, and not just the MLA or the MP.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. I understood. I got it when you were like voting for this person and this person kind of thing. So
Yeah, the panel went quiet.
I know Joe has hand up. Frontline, did you want to respond to it? Tom, I think, okay, Joe and then Tom.
I mean, if you want to do something like that, you'd have to change around a fair amount of stuff in Canada. It's we're the positions that are there are kind of here, but the responsibilities are slightly different because we're in a Westminster system. But the present, if we want to have something equivalent to the present, then we'd be replacing the Governor General with that position, because that's kind of who it is. The House stays the same. There's no difference there. House of Commons being the House of Representatives in the U.S., and the Senate becoming an electoral system to actually vote in the Senate. That has been discussed for longer than I've been alive, and I've been alive for at least half a century, so that gives you an indication. And with all sorts of pluses and minuses. It can be done, but one of the things one of the good things could be, yes, you get a little bit more of granule to it, but it also gets into the idea of like, well, if you want to vote for all these things, then maybe we start putting in more democracy in regards to we start voting for the different legislation coming in. And then you start coming into the discussion of direct democracy, where everything gets voted on by the people. The reality of that is it's not really good. Remember, Ontario, we're going to get the numbers at the end of it, but I'm not going to be surprised if the number of turnout is not that great. And if we can't get that many people out for just the provincial election, can you imagine how terrible the turnout's going to be for direct democracy, where people are asked to vote on everything every day in regards to the legislature and everything else? So more voting on paper sounds fantastic, but unfortunately, people, especially with the system, the way the system is designed, which is right now, you are being forced to work more than 40 hours a week because the busier you are, the less engaged you are in regards to politics, and trying to organize or even realize that there's problems. You're not going to get anything in regards to direct democracy. It's not going to help the people in power, so they're not going to have an incentive to change to it, nor is it going to help you because you're going to be way too tired to even vote anything, that you're not going to be engaged there. In theory, it's great. In reality, I don't think it's going to work.
Fair enough. Yeah, no worries. I just wasn't too sure.
It's a great question, though. And again, I'm not saying it was a terrible idea, but it's, yeah.
Yeah.
I know Tom wanted to respond, and then Frontline. It's your choice if you want to say it.
I'm not trying to be facetious or anything, but I just don't understand how that would work, because the premier's power is based on the number of seats he has in the House, is it not? Like on how many? So what you're basically saying is that you could have an NDP who has the majority of seats, but have a progressive conservative who's the leader, and I just don't see how that would work.
It's just going in
I'm not
American
trying to be
style.
facetious. I'm asking a question. Like, how would that?
You're not facetious. No, it's a generally good question. I don't disagree with it. It's just sort of a move closer to sort of the American system where we, in regards to the provincial system, while we do have the House and the Premier, we've kind of changed to the sort of the House leader. The lieutenant governor would kind of take the role as the lieutenant governor in the provinces would turn into the governor, and they would have a little bit more of executive power. Not quite legislation power, but at least executive power, where they're being voted. They have some influence into what's going on. Um, it's it's a way of doing things. I'm not saying it's a good or a terrible way. One of the things I know in regards to the U.S. politics and election, they have so many elections constantly going on, where the houses are having an election every 2 years, um, Senate's every 6 years, presidents every 4 years. The shorter version of it is every 2 years, Americans are going to the polls for something. And considering, as I said, in regards to the Ontario elections, where we're getting so few people coming out to the ballots, more elections and more granulity into it may not be the solution to our problem right now, which is trying to get people engaged. It's a great idea, but unfortunately, we're not having a problem of too much engagement. We have the problem of not enough right now.
I'm not a fan of emulating the states in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, neither am I.
In case you
I think
couldn't
we're on the
tell.
same page there. I don't think any of us here are.
No, exactly. 100%. No, I was just basically like, that's the thing. Like, it just seems like it would be, because it's like, how do I explain it? So it's like our liberal candidate, like, I guess a lot of people said he didn't show, but he got like, I think he came not far away from being like elected. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. If you have like that option to vote for like the leader that you want to run for the province, and then you have the person you want as your seat, that'd be kind of cool, because that way I said, well, example for me, like I would like NDP, so I would want like, okay, an NDP candidate as a leader, but then I want like a liberal person to be in the seat, if that makes any sense.
Well,
See,
I'm
I
going to give you a sort of a simpler solution, and I think this is the one that a lot of people have been bucking for. Instead of trying to change the entire system in regards to how we have the ridings and everything else, sorry, in regards to the Westminster system, uh, one of the other solutions right now there, aside from ranked ballot, is also proportional representation. This could be a simpler solution in regards to you just vote for the person you want, and when they have enough numbers, regardless of the writing, they get seats. And this might represent your interests better.
Yeah, I agree.
comment one more thing. I always thought, and I don't know where I got this idea from. It just kind of hit me out of the blue from somewhere, but I always thought it'd be interesting if we could vote for the person in our riding without knowing their party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if we could take a look at three people and say this person is the better person without knowing their party affiliation, and then let the premier be decided after the fact, after they reveal their party after the election.
I
I was
think
thought
I
There,
that
think
would be cool.
one sec. I think the way that it would really work is if there was like zero party politics, but then you get rid of like all this that they won't go for that because then you get rid of all of the big donations and stuff like that towards the actual party, right? But it would like in that respect, like that then voting for each different one would work better because they're not affiliated with each other and they all work independently of each other, but then come together as a group to work for the people because they don't actually have a specific party that they're loyal to rather than the riding that they're loyal to.
Exactly.
it's been
Go
proposed a
ahead,
few
Joe.
times, and it's not a terrible idea. Um, I don't know if it's ever been sort of tested, and not to say that, because it's untested, it's going to work, or it's untested, it's not going to work. Um, I'd like to see sort of template. I do know everything Nerdy just said is also very, very important to be very true. The current system has large benefits to those right now who are flexing the most power. particularly those being sort of, corporations influence the political system. They like parties, so they can throw money into a group that's going to represent their interests. You can't do that with a bunch of individuals. But additionally, too, you vote for your person or your candidate's going to be reflecting what your views are. That's going to work. I'd also be curious to see how long before we start seeing, even if there's no official party, sort of semblance of some sort of collective groups that still get created at some point. There are all these particular MPs that are independents, but they are all consistently working together, and they were just known as that group. Like, I think it might be one of those challenges that even though it's going to fall back to it.
It would just I can't think of the word, they would naturally merge together and
they start grouping together.
They get cliquey, essentially.
Exactly, cliquey is the term I was thinking of.
Do you think in that respect there would actually be more of the groups then, instead of just a few big ones?
Well, you've got cliques in the U.S. politics. Like, if you remember, there's AOC's clique, and then there was the Tea Party clique, and then all these other little cliques there that could help or not. I'm not sure if it's beneficial, and I'm not sure if it's going to make the difference that's going to make a change. I mean, the idea of independence is going to be your issues are constantly going to be represented. If they're going to start forming cliques at some point, that means to make a clique with a bunch of different people, compromises need to be made. Every time you start moving, talking to somebody, negotiations and compromises need to be made.
Right.
So.
Frontline.
All right. Might be a little bit of a controversial take, but I think we're all stuck talking about long-term solutions, and we don't have long-term time right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, our federal election is going to come up in what, 2-3 months from now? That's not really a lot of time to organize, to get anything done, to get electoral reform. Like, none of that's going to happen in the next 3 to 4 months. And if conservatives win, I don't think that this has any chance of ending without violence. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't think that there's any chance of the United States not going down that road. Like, do you think that elections are going to be fair in 2 years from now? There's no way. He's already firing and threatening every single governor that doesn't agree with him and doesn't do what he wants them to do. It's not, you cannot end a dictatorship without physical force and violence. It's not going to happen. And if the conservatives win here, I don't have any hope that we're going to be any better off. So it's either we get a liberal government in the upcoming election, a minority, or this won't end without really ugly physical violence. And it's Europe is going to be busy dealing with Russia, even if there's a ceasefire right now with what's going on in Ukraine. Even if they come up with some quote unquote peace deal, I'm not ever going to trust Putin in a million years. I've been studying this man since I was a teenager, and I know exactly what his plan is. If he gets to pause right now, he's just going to get more strong. He's going to get more resources, and then he's going to invade again, and he's going to invade NATO countries, and then they're going to be at war. And which means if they're at war, then the United States has complete power to come and do whatever they want to Canada, because there's going to be nobody helping us if they're too busy with their own war. So I don't see any of this going okay unless Europe stands really strong. They get their shit together. They invest in their militaries. Same with Canada. But again, if we have a conservative government, I don't see another way out of this. And, the extreme right is rising all over Europe as well. So, democratic governments are being destroyed right now by the right. They're being destroyed by the propaganda. And this has been something that's been in the works for over 10 to 20 years now. They've played the long game and they're winning. And we're seeing it. We're seeing how people are reacting. We're seeing the fact, Timothy Snyder, the guy that wrote On Tyranny, if you guys know who I'm talking about, amazing book. If you haven't read it, you all need to read it because it really highlights how tyrannical governments come into power. But Timothy Snyder said right now, like the war that we are facing right now is a war of reality versus unreality. We're not in the same dimensions anymore. We're literally split into two completely different groups of people that believe completely different things. We don't live in the same reality. So I don't see a way that we can all just kumbaya and come together anytime soon. I don't even know what it's going to look like if the Liberals do win. I feel like the Conservatives are going to lose their minds and they might get violent. Who knows? But I'm at the point where I just don't see another way out. That's what I have to say. So get strong, work out, get some muscle on you, and try your very best to get as tough as you possibly can.
Yeah. I want to point out a little because I realize it went over to 9 o'clock my time. But like a little while ago. But at 9 o'clock, our leagues reset on TikTok for live hosts. And we went from B2 to B3. So thanks, guys. Thanks for the gifts that you guys have been giving us over the past 24 hours because that really helps out with that, getting us up in the leagues and stuff. It also helps support the channel a lot. So we're right now number 38 in B2. So that would be kind of cool if we get up into the A leagues eventually. It'd be awesome. But what was I gonna say? We need 4 more fragments to reach. Hang on, that's wrong. We need 3 fragments to reach B1. Sweet. Okay. Anyway, Kramer, who's in the requests right now, you've been spamming a lot, and I know you from my own lives. I just want to know, like, what are you planning on coming up to say? Because you're up. So I just want to know that you're not going to come up here and like start yelling because I'm not dealing with that today. So let me know. Thank you for the paper crane, IOC. Thank you. It's awesome. Okay. Anybody have anything to respond? John wanted to respond to Frontline.
Yeah, it's like kind of like with whatever happens with American election usually affects us. It's like a ripple effect. Like since they, voted Trump in, now I got a feeling they got like, all the Canadians are like, hey, we need someone like Trump. Let's vote for like PP because, or AKA Milhouse because that's the sad part. And he's no better than Trump. Like he said there's like what, 2 genders? And he's like, I only know 2 genders, male or female. That's just like what Trump said and he's doing right now with the military, you're transgender, you're not welcome into the military. You're out, you're gone. And then it's just like he, like PP said about, we gotta go back John A. McDonald days. Like, no, we don't. Let's look at history. Like, and that's what I'm trying to tell a lot of my friends up here. I'm like, PP's not the good choice. Well, they're like, who do you think be better? I'm like, honestly, be the NDP or Mark Carney for sure, because like, at least we're not gonna go back. We don't need no maple mega up here. We're Canada. We're not true north, strong and free, and we don't need like that stuff up here. I know like we had this one party. I don't know if anyone else in Ontario had this party. It was called the New Blue Party, and oh my gosh, they're like basically like pro mega and like let's make Ontario whitey. Like it's just it's disgusting. If that makes any sense to anyone.
It made sense. Tetris, you're unmuted, so I'm figuring you want to talk.
Yeah, I'm just listening to some of this. I cannot believe the generalizations that are happening here. Look, guys, I'm a longtime conservative, and I mentioned that earlier. I mean, I looked at Harper, Mulroney at the federal levels. Harper was my favorite, to be honest with you. To generalize to say that MAGA Maple, that is such a small fraction of dummies out there that to associate them with all of the PC or people that believe in the Conservative Party, that's being pretty ignorant. I'm sorry to say, but I don't know what this associate. Either you're far right or you're far left. Is that the only way you can go? The other thing.
No, nobody said that.
Well, it sounds like it. I mean, I just listened to all this rhetoric. PP, somebody give me some positivity, literally, around forgetting far left opinions and the drastic on their far right. Give me anything positive of the last 9 years with liberals at the federal helm. This country is where it's at right now. We're not self-sufficient, and we're not self-sufficient because we have not invested in ourselves.
So you're saying the Liberals did nothing
Harper invested? Harper invested in ourselves?
Yes.
One second.
Okay.
One second.
Look, if we're going to go down the road of Harper,
I know you have something to say, Frontline. 1 second.
if we're going to go down the road with Harper in that time, don't
hang
forget
on 1 second,
the
because I
crash.
was addressing something. Tetris, 1 second. I was addressing something. I said, do you think that the Liberals did nothing good in the last 9 years?
Nothing that I can really make account for that would want to make me re-vote for them. I'm sorry. If you're asking me my opinion of that, I don't have anything that stands out that says, man, he was super because of whatever. I just can't figure it out. Help me out. I'm more than willing to listen.
All right, give me 1 second. Frontline and then Tom, and I'm gonna look stuff up for you.
But that's just everybody's got to remember. You got to look up something that's going to come from what. Like my point is, it should stand out.
Yeah, you know what? Before Frontline goes, I'm going to tell you the one.
So
thing
hold on.
Raven did bring it up, and what? 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, I know you really want to go. Hang on, because Raven did bring this up, and it was the first thing that sparked in my head too. Was the Liberals were finally able to bring clean drinking water to the Indigenous people, the Indigenous communities. There is, I think, is 147. Let me find it. It is 147 long-term water or drinking water advisories lifted since November 2015. There's 34 still in effect in 32 communities, but 9% of those have still been taken care of. They're just awaiting the audit on them. So that is one really good thing that the Conservatives never did. They did nothing for those communities, and the Liberal Party finally did something for them. He's also taken care of, I believe he's lived up to, Raven, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 85% of the promises towards Indigenous people, towards reconciliation, I believe. Somebody said that earlier today, 85%, which again, Conservatives have never done anything to, anything positive for the Indigenous people in our country.
Can
Frontline,
I respond?
Okay, really quick. Frontline's been waiting.
Okay,
let him respond. Let him
I'll
respond.
wait.
No, I want to know want to know what you have to say about that.
I have to say what you've mentioned about the Indigenous. I think the pressure was on to correct that long time ago. John Chrétien was there too. He did nothing about it as well. So it was, I agree, a both
but the Liberals
party
of the
issue.
right? You said the last 9 years. The last 9 years, the Liberals took care of that.
Okay, granted.
That's what I'm saying.
We're in a better position, not the greatest. We're in a better position with the Indigenous people. Don't disagree. Economically speaking, we are in the dumps.
How are we in the dumps?
Name one good thing economically. Why are we not?
Sure, the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Child Benefit.
What about the Canada Child? We've always had the Canada Child. It was called Baby Bonus, and now it's called Canada Child Benefits. What's the difference?
You do realize that we went through a major fucking pandemic, right? And
so
all
did everybody
countries
else in the world.
Exactly, and we're doing better than them.
We are not. I'm sorry, but
yes, we are. Show me your fucking stats. What are you using?
Okay,
what are you using for your stats?
The U.S. economy right now, prior to Trump.
That's not a stat.
Yes, it is a stat.
I'm sorry, but it's not a stat.
Okay,
no,
look at GDPs.
What is
are
the
stats.
stat?
This is exactly where you got it from.
GDPs are stats.
Right. Where did you get the GDP from?
Stock markets are stats.
What's your source? The stock market fluctuates every single day. The stock market had a huge crash. The stock market had a huge
okay, but why are we not taking
Trump took office?
Why are we not taking what Trump's doing in consideration since he's the fucking conservative and he is killing their economy right now? And you're saying you want to vote?
I'm trying to.
Okay, guys. Well, 1 second. I do want to bring Eddie. I'm going to get you to mute, please. I do want to bring the temperature down a little bit so we're not yelling over top of each other. Because when we're yelling over top of each other, nobody can hear down in the comments.
And I'll step back.
One person goes, the next person responds. Okay.
I'll step back then to 2 questions that were asked of me. when we go back to Harper, in that time when the US economy was crashing with all that bank nonsense, it was our bank system that held up.
It was Mark Carney that got us out of that,
It was
actually.
him at the helm, and that was at the helm of that government at that time. The only reason he got voted out is people did not like the way he looked. And for whatever
What?
reason, his demeanor, whatever
What
that
the
was.
fuck are you talking
No,
about?
what
They
the
didn't
fuck
like
are
the way
you
he
talking about?
looked?
You tone it down. If we're all to tone it down, then tone it down, please.
Whoa.
I'm not going to tone it down.
Well, you can't have
No, I'm
it
not
both
going to tone
ways.
it down when you're
You
sitting here
can't have it
simping
both
for a
ways.
fucking
One
guy
second,
talking
one second.
about Johnny
Pause.
McDonald
You
and
can't
taking us
have it
back to a
both
fucking
ways.
white supremacy.
Pause.
You
Fuck
can't have
you.
it
Okay,
both
one
ways,
second.
guys.
1 second. Tetris, stop talking. Okay? When I say bring the temperature down, that just means bring the temperature down. People are allowed to swear if they want to, because if they feel like they need to swear, that is not being heated or bringing the temperature up. Some people swear
She's
as a
yelling.
regular part
It's not
of their
just the swearing.
language.
It's that she's
It wasn't
yelling.
until then. No, it wasn't until
Oh, yes,
then that
she
you
was.
said
That's the
something.
only reason I
No, it wasn't
reacted.
until then that you said something. It was not. It was not.
The sensitivity around here is unreal. Either we get to speak
The
about some of this.
sensitivity,
Well,
we give consideration for other people. That's the thing. We give consideration for other people. That's
but then
not
you
sensitivity.
didn't notice
It's
that
called
she
empathy.
did yell at me.
It's called empathy. I do
There
notice
was no empathy.
because she's because we get.
Tom just
you don't know
called
where the passion.
everybody
No.
who
1
voted
second.
for
You don't.
PCs
1 second. You don't.
fascists.
No. 1 second, please. 1 second. Can you mute when I'm speaking? Because you have this thing where, like, I don't know what it is with men, but they have
here we
this
go with the
thing
men.
where if they're not muted, they'll speak over top of any woman that there is around.
That's you generalizing
Seriously. No, I'm serious. Have you
No,
not
I'm
noticed
sorry.
every single man that has been up here that has been conservative today has tried to speak over top of me, you included?
that. No, and you just took me
You
from
have
the wrong
zero
side.
respect for women. No, you have zero respect for
That's
women.
not true. You don't know me at all to even say that.
Based on your behavior
You've
tonight,
been
and
doing
that's what I'm doing, is calling you out. You're doing it right now. You're not even muting yourself so that you can actually let me finish speaking before you start interrupting me. You keep on interrupting me every single time. So mute yourself while I'm speaking and while other people are speaking, and it's going to make it so that you are not going to try and speak over top of somebody and interrupt them. Which you still haven't muted yourself.
I thought you gave me the floor. I'm sorry. I thought I was on the floor. Do I have to mute myself? I'll do
No,
it.
actually, I gave Frontline the floor, and then you started having a back and forth with her instead of letting her say the things she wanted to say. So don't even do that.
Don't reprimand, please. You don't like
I
having
will do
people
whatever
reprimand
the
you.
fuck I want on this platform. Do not tell me what to do. How many guys have I kicked off of here now for that? All right. Hi, Eddie. I know other people wanted to go.
Hey, how's it
I know
going?
a bunch of other people wanted to go.
How's it going?
Frontline, if you want to come back up, come back up. Hi, Eddie. Can I grab your age and your province, please?
So I'm 50 years old and I'm in Ontario, Ottawa specifically.
And are you planning on talking over me at all?
Absolutely not. I got no reason to.
Cool.
I probably
All right,
agree with you. Well,
Okay,
you guys were talking
Well,
about
I mean-
Harper, and I just wanted to give a list of things that he was a mess at. And so Indigenous file, that was clearly, he never did nothing for them. And I know elders that were actually at, one Inuit elder told me he shook his hand the first time when he apologized. The second time he went to shake his hand, he did not shake his hand. So I know he did nothing for Native people. It was like a stupid apology. It didn't mean anything. The other thing he did, this guy that was just on here was trying to bring up about how the banks crashed or whatever, all that stuff. And I remember specifically, it was because of the policies the Liberals had in place and wouldn't let them merge, wouldn't let the banks get together and form big monopolies and whatnot. And Harper wanted to let them do it. And then that crash happened, and it's a good thing we had a safety net because of what the Liberals did back then. Also, and I'm not big and articulate, like you got some really smart people, intelligent. I'm not as well spoken as some people, but I watch committees and I understand what's going on and I know who stands up for who. And honestly, I think that the the majority of conservatives, they're voting because they're, especially the men, they're scared of gay people for some reason. They're they're racist, or they just have preferences. You know, they feel more comfortable with just white people around. And yeah, like I mean, there's so many things we could attack about what Harper did, and Polyev is worse than him. This is what people don't get. Like, he, just because he puts a black t-shirt on and acts like he's for the regular working man. When I was working my last job, I remember every time we'd be having lunch, conservative radio. So all these guys I worked with thought the conservatives were the greatest thing for the working man because they were being fed at break time every day these radio shows. But anyway, that's just my little thing about it, and I'll let somebody else speak.
Can
I have a go or someone ahead of me?
No, Zojin, you were first up. And then I know that some of the other, I'm gonna let you guys speak because there were some things that were said that I think you want to address. So Zojin, Real Native, then I'll go back to Tom and John, and then whoever else I bring up.
I want to address not the guy that was just talking, the guy before him, I think. He was asking like for statistics about Canada's economy and what the Liberals have done. So I'll do what they've done after, but just for our economy, Canada, our economy grew 1.3% in 2024. The OECD said it's the second fastest growth rate in the G7, and we're predicted to be the fastest growth rate in the G7 for 2025. IMF projects Canada's GDP will have the fastest growth rate in the G7. We have the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We have the highest unemployment growth rate among the G7. Our inflation is down to like, what, 2%? The states he's saying are doing better. Theirs is like at 4% right now. Like, sorry, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like you were spouting stuff that's just not real. Like, if you want statistics, they're real statistics. As for some stuff Liberals have done, I did like an 8-minute video. It's pretty old. I don't even know if it's on a playlist on my channel now. I should probably repost it. I'm left of the Liberals. I'm not a JT supporter, but stuff they've done: lowered our income tax twice, upped the basic personal amount on our income tax that we can keep before we pay taxes, so that put money in everyone's pockets. The drinking water advisory is lifted on Indigenous reserves, better childcare benefits, dental care, which the NDP did push them into for sure, legalized pot. Someone else chime in here. I know there's more. Like, there, if you go through the list, I was surprised when I went and looked it up how many things they did that actually benefited most of us. You're complaining
I'm on their
that, like,
website right now.
You're complaining that like everything's tough right now. Those are worldwide conditions caused by unregulated capitalism. And you think Pierre Poilievre, who wants to deregulate capitalism more, is somehow going to fix it? Like, you're fucking high, dude. That's my rant. I just had to get it out after listening to him spew so much bullshit.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you go and you look at liberal.ca /r-progress, there's a whole buttload of things that they've got on there that they did. I mean, like, even if you take into consideration just the COVID response itself too, like Trudeau's COVID response was better than a lot of other places. I mean, obviously way better than the United States, but you look at a lot of the places and it was so much better than a lot of other places that suffered a lot worse, right? So
we survived COVID better than almost any country out there.
Absolutely.
He just returned Haida Gwaii too. I mean, maybe that guy's racist and doesn't think that's a good thing, but I do.
Yep. Thanks, Zojin. Thanks. Real
You
native.
can kick me out of here if someone else wants to come up. It's all good.
Yeah, you're good.
If I need to rant again, I'll hit the request button.
Yeah, you're good.
Zojin, how's it going?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good, good, good. So I was looking through some of my old documents and I found and you guys might want to steel yourselves with this one, but I found a bill of sale for a Indigenous child. People were allowed to
Jesus.
buy Indigenous children for $10 while Johnny MacDonald was Prime Minister. This is the guy that PP supports.
That's vile.
That's vile. And this is, PP is that, he says that's his hero. I kind of gives you an idea of the mindset of where the conservative leader is at. I still can't get over that this guy is actually leading a political party, a national party, and he's got no security clearance. He's a conspiracy theorist. And he hopes to lead an entire whole country with Johnny MacDonald as his hero. I got no words.
Yeah. Tom, then John, and then I'll introduce our new people.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I know I'm going some of this over some of the stuff that Coach said, but yeah, marijuana. Everybody thinks marijuana is not such a big thing, but
Let's not say that word. Let's say like devil's lettuce
the
or
devil's lettuce, the
gardening
devil's lettuce.
supplies, something like that.
Yep, he legalized the devil's lettuce. People say that that's not such a big thing, but it is a really big thing. I mean, literally, the amount of hours saved by law enforcement is the big savings. Okay, the amount of just there's savings upon savings upon savings now that it's regulated. Okay, and a lot of people forget the kind of the things that Trudeau did that nobody else would do. Like the $10 a day daycare. I think that was his idea, was it not? And when we had when COVID was at its biggest out in Alberta, when they weren't doing any business, what did he do? He said, let's recap the oil wells that need to be recapped. So it gave people work. Like, I mean, there's incident upon incident upon incident where you can.
He built a pipeline for Alberta too.
There you go. John.
I kind of forget what I was gonna say, but no, like, what was it? I didn't know I lost it. if I find
Sorry,
it,
I know it was a while.
no, that's okay. No. If I remember, I'll type it out, and I'll just come back and say it.
Okay, sounds good. All right,
Riker. I'm gonna drop for a little bit, and I'll come and request back up in a little bit.
Okay, thanks for being here.
Yep.
I got it now. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Trudeau did a lot during COVID. Like, weren't we like the number one out of all the NATO countries? Weren't we the number one with the lowest cases and like amount of people passing away and or you know what I mean? Like he did such a wonderful job during COVID, but yet people would think he did an awful job. Like, I remember like how many times we were on lockdown because of Doug Ford, and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna shut down Ontario and we're gonna have a lockdown." But people here in Ontario thought it was Trudeau. Like, "Oh, that was Trudeau's fault." I'm like, "No, it's not. It's not Trudeau's fault. Not even close. Stop blaming. Everyone blames Trudeau like all the time with COVID and stuff. It's like, how can you guys blame Trudeau for COVID? Like, that man did everything he could. Like, Doug Ford wrecked our hospitals. Like, we didn't have enough beds. We didn't have enough rooms. Like we were struggling so much with the board during COVID. It was like sad to see other provinces do so well, and then with us, we were doing so like we were like the worst of all provinces, I would say, for COVID. Like this is awful how Doug Ford didn't handle it at all. But people in Ontario still want this guy to be our premier for another 4 years, which, yeah,
Right. Yeah.
it's just not good.
Yeah. Hi, Riker. Can I grab your age and what province you live in, please?
I'm 19 and I'm from Alberta.
Okay. What did you have to add to the conversation?
There was something I wanted to touch on that Eddie kind of brought up uh, um, about men and Pierre Poilievre and conservatives being scared of gay people. And I can actually attest to this because myself, I am gay and being born and raised in a very conservative province. I see people every day that launch slurs at me, that don't want to be friends with me because they think that I'm trying to get with them. And I've had a lot of people, because obviously living in Alberta, I have a lot of family and friends who unfortunately support Pierre Poilievre and his government. People are like, well, he has a lesbian deputy leader. Like, you have to look at that. And honestly, to me, like, just because you have a lesbian deputy leader does not deflect anything from your record. It does not deflect anything from what you support now. It's almost as if if a man said very sexist things about a woman, but it makes it okay because he has a daughter. Like, no, it doesn't make it okay. So I've never understood the people that keep telling me, oh, watch his videos, you need to focus on his human rights. I cannot support a man that doesn't even have decent respect for other human beings, let alone the other things that he has done. And the other things that he has caused trouble in our country. I cannot support a man like that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Laura, can I grab age and province, please?
Hi, I'll be 40 in 2 weeks, and I'm from Ontario.
Happy early birthday.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
What'd you want to add?
I'm still 28 though, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. First, I just want to say, Riker, I'm sorry that you're actually going through that. That should not happen. I don't care if you want to marry a tree. For all I care, I don't care. That's your life. You do as you wish. But unfortunately, I have to disagree with everybody in these boxes. Trudeau is a horrible, horrible, horrible prime minister. You guys talk about how great he was and how he's giving back to the Canadians. There's HST, carbon tax, capital gains tax. There's all these taxes that we keep getting taxed. My bill for my gas, I use $26.
HST is provincial.
Okay. You understand what I'm getting at though. I can name all the taxes.
Energy would also be provincial.
Okay. Carbon tax? What about why my bill, I use $26 worth of gas?
So carbon tax, back in Stephen Harper's days when he actually introduced the carbon tax, he was the one who introduced it. The provinces were given an option of putting in their own carbon tax, or they would have to go with the federal carbon tax. If they went with their own carbon tax, then the province would receive that money and they would be able to do the rebates and stuff like that, how they wanted to do it. Otherwise, it went to the federal government, and then the federal government would be responsible for giving the rebates as well.
Okay, but isn't it now a federal, everyone in Canada gets charged the federal?
Nope.
Is that okay? Then I could be wrong. I hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will totally admit it. But
if your province decided not to go with their own carbon tax, then they had to go onto the federal one, and
so then how
they
come
go with the way it is.
Mark
And
Carney?
that was Stephen Harper.
Okay, how come Mark Carney says that he wants to increase it?
I'm pretty sure he said he wanted to get rid of it.
No, I watched a video. I specifically watched a video.
No, he says he wants to get rid of it 100%.
No, that's actually Freeland who wants to get rid of it.
No. Can you find me a source that tells me that he wants?
Absolutely.
No,
I'm outside on my phone.
He said he wants to get rid of the one on consumers, but still have the one on industry. But the one consumers pay, he has outright said he plans to scrap it.
Okay, so he did still say he wants to increase the one on so not on consumers, but the other one. He still wants to increase it, which is
Companies.
yes,
Companies,
but it
which
could
means
also mean for
Companies.
small
users.
businesses.
Not small businesses. He said he would take it
No.
off of small
No.
businesses.
Large
Okay, so but how
corporations.
now? I'm genuinely asking. Like you
He
guys
also
don't have to
said
come
off
at
of
me at.
medium size. Just putting it out there.
Okay,
We
you
even
guys don't have to
large.
come at me at the comments.
Nobody's coming at you.
Oh no, I'm reading them. I'm
Don't pay attention to the comments.
okay.
The
I'm
comments are always
genuinely
going to be wild.
asking. How would he know what's a small business and okay, obviously the building itself and stuff like that. But
It
let's
has
say
nothing to
like,
do with that.
but how would he
No.
know
They
what's
have records
considered a
on
small
business
business?
sizes, how many employees, how much money those businesses do every year. Like,
Revenue.
Okay.
yeah, come on.
Okay. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm here and I just feel how I feel. I would never vote liberal. I've always been a conservative and I always will be conservative. And you and we live in a country where we're allowed to vote how we want. And if you want to vote liberal, by all means, you go vote liberal.
Sure.
I have
But
nothing.
can I, one second.
Yeah,
Can I just say something though?
absolutely.
You're refusing to educate yourself on any of these things and you're just going based off of the things that you've been told
Okay,
rather
but
than
so are
actually
you
looking
though.
in. No, one second.
Okay, go ahead.
Rather than looking into everything, you're just going based off of the rhetoric that you've been told and you're falling for it. Like, I get that you said you're conservative, you've always been conservative, but if you actually like listened to what was going on and went and researched it and looked these things up, you'd realize that conservatives are the ones that don't even have your back at all. They are all for big corporation. They are not for the Canadian people.
Yeah, but neither to me, and what I have done research, and what I have read is that neither are the liberals. Did you know that the liberals, the liberal government, the federal liberal government sent $20 million to Ghana to put signs on their beach to not poop on their beach?
Can you give me a source for that?
Absolutely, you can look right up onto the government website and look at all their spending.
And why does that bother
No.
you?
Why are our tax dollars going to different countries to not have them poop?
Have you
Because
not heard of foreign aid?
foreign aid benefits us.
I'm
It
pretty
improves
sure
our
there's a lot of
reputation in
people
the
in our
world. It
country.
helps build alliances. It literally helps
second.
keep Canadians safer.
Okay.
Plus, helping people is just kind of nice. And
Yeah.
we spend like
Laura,
2% of our GDP on foreign aid, or not even like 1.2%.
No,
We spend
we spent $500 million
26%
to
of it
China.
on Canadians.
One second. Okay, one second. Laura, you're new here. So
Yes.
I do this thing where we don't interrupt each other. So when
Okay.
somebody else is speaking, we mute. The only difference is me being the host, I can interrupt because I might have something really important to say, or I might have to get rid of some disinformation, or I might have to make an announcement. So
Okay.
that's the big thing. So if you are saying any kind of misinformation, I will stop you on that because my live can get taken down for misinformation if that happens. So I will stop for that. But whenever you're not actively speaking, if you could mute up, then that would be great because then that helps not interject in between people when they're also speaking.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, cool.
Now, we did send $500 million to China, but all I'm saying is I understand foreign aid 100%, but we need to take care of our own before taking care of other people. There are many people in this country that are starving, that are living on welfare, that are living on like food stamps, going to shelters and everything like that because they can't afford living. I'm a natural born Canadian citizen and I do not have dental. And yet these
That's a
people coming
weird
in-
way of putting it.
well, I'm just saying that I'm born here. There's people coming into this country getting $78,000 a year and free healthcare and dental.
I have a question.
Yeah.
They are not. That's
No,
not
no,
what
they are.
happens. That's like there's so much. No, there is. No, it's so much misinformation. Again,
No,
you're falling for the propaganda.
no, but
No,
I've
Laura,
literally
Laura. I'm telling you, I'm stopping you because you're spreading misinformation right now, and I'm stopping you. So you need to stop when I'm stopping you, please. You're falling for the misinformation propaganda. You are like literally everything that you've been saying right now is just talking points from the conservative government, like from Pierre Poilievre. That's it. There's literally no factual information that you just
But I
said right
have
there.
facts.
And I will say, one second, I'm not done.
Those
I
are
will
facts.
say that one thing that you said earlier was you said you go based off of your feelings. Your feelings are not facts. When you actually look at the factual information, then you're going to actually be able to go off of that information rather than your fifis.
Okay, may I speak?
Can I
You can respond really quickly, and then Zojin's gonna go. And I know that some Pumpkin Spice already had their hand up too as well.
Okay, my neighbor is an immigrant and showed me the piece of paper of how much money they
Anecdotal
get.
information, anecdotal evidence is not evidence of the entire
But it's
country.
a letter from the
Anecdotal
government.
evidence, that's one person, and I can't even disprove that. So
But
that's
it's
why
a
we don't
letter
go
from the
based off of
government,
anecdotal.
though.
That's why we don't go based off of anecdotal evidence, because it's one person, and I cannot disprove that because I am not able to see your neighbor and get that information from them. That's
But
why
I,
we use web sources. That's why we use websites and sources that we can actually look up information and statistics on, so that we can verify that and validate that, rather than going off of one person that you know that happens to be an immigrant. I have one other question, and then Zojin's going to go. But I just need you to answer like yes or no to this. Are you YT?
I apologize. What's YT?
This color. Are you this color?
White, yes.
We don't say white because you can
Oh,
get that taken down. It's YT.
really?
It's
Sorry,
a
I didn't know
TikTok
that.
thing. That's why we censor our language. So that's why I say YT. So regardless of whether you were born here or not, you're still not from this country originally. Your ancestors came here, you were part of the colonizers.
Yes.
So being a naturally born citizen doesn't mean anything. Okay, I just wanted to say that because you brought that up before, and that was just something that really triggered me. And it's that being naturally born means nothing. Anybody is a Canadian citizen if they are born or naturalized. So we have lots of our country was built on immigration. It was built off of G-side and immigration. So if you could mute up while Zojin speaks, and then I will get Pumpkin Spice to speak after that.
I just wanted to say, so I was saying before, Canada spends about 26% of its GDP on social programs for Canadian citizens. In 2022, we spent 0.37% of our GDP on social or on foreign aid. With helping Ukraine and stuff, it's been about 2%. So this commenter said we have to take care of Canadians first. Do you really think spending 28% instead of 26% of our GDP on Canadians will magically fix every problem in Canada? Like, that's just absurd. The benefits we get from helping people in the world and improving our reputation on the international stage helps enrich Canada. It's not just money we're giving away for nothing in return.
And can I add into that really quick? And a lot of the money we've given to Ukraine too is all Russian frozen assets too. So
yeah, or weapons we're not actually using now because we're replacing them and stuff. We don't just give them cash.
And it's creating jobs too. That's the sad part, and people don't understand that it creates a lot of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I do want to address, and then Pumpkin Spice can go. Yes, Raven, refugees are not immigrants. Refugees are, refugees are not immigrants.
Also, you can go to Canada.ca's website and you can look up exactly what refugees and immigrants are eligible to get in Canada. They get a one-time resettlement loan. 90% of them pay it back. It's like 10 grand or something. It's not huge. And after that, they're eligible for the same social programs that Canadians are. So if people are telling you refugees or immigrants get more than Canadians, they are lying to you.
And the thing you have to remember too is that whenever you do go to another country, you actually feel like, regardless of whether you are an immigrant, a visitor, a asylum seeker, anything like that, you fall under that country's constitution. So if they, I'm trying to think of how to word this. You still fall under the same rules and jurisdictions that everybody else does in that country. Anyway, Pumpkin Spice.
Okay,
and then Tom.
I feel like I lost the plot a little bit because I was originally coming up to address somebody talking about how Pierre Poilievre, they don't care about like gay marriage or anything like that. They're cool with it, right? But like, I want to point out that I made sure that I checked this on Parliament because I was pretty sure that it was correct. But Pierre Poilievre actually voted against gay marriage. Just so you know, he is against gay marriage. If ever he does have the ability to remove it, he probably will. On the other point of dental care, Laura, do you make more than $90,000 a year, your family?
May I speak now?
I'm asking you. So
you were asked a question, so yes.
My husband alone does. Yes.
Okay. I was
But
asking
I
because the
sorry, I
Canadian
don't.
dental plan covers anybody who makes under their
Yes.
household income for
Last
90,000.
year, yeah, last year we were able to get it, or I was able to apply for it, but it would have been 40%. And this year we make $240 more, so we can't apply for it.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But I was just saying, because I mean, this is a new program that has become recently available to a lot of people. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is I didn't catch how old you said you were, but am I wrong in thinking?
In 2 days.
Turning 40 in 2 days?
Yeah.
So when you were younger, the Conservative Party, it would have been like Joe Clark, right? Probably the most recent one from when you were like a young person. Or
I'm not even gonna lie. I swear to God, really, the only prime minister that the two of them that I know is Pierre Trudeau and Harper. I guess I was too young back then.
oh, I mean, yeah, no, that makes sense because like Jean Chrétien was like the prime minister when I was born. So
Oh, I remember him.
yeah.
Sorry.
But like I was gonna say that the Conservative Party of today isn't really the Conservative Party that it used to be when they were like a progressive Conservative Party. They are actually the merging of two parties. The Reform Party, which was like a very authoritarian Christian nationalist party, and the Progressive Conservatives. They merged together. There were a lot of previous conservatives who actually left that party because of the fact that they didn't like the direction that they were going because they were so authoritarian. I just want to let you know that because a lot of people think that the conservatives of today are still the same conservatives who were like Joe Clark and Brian Mulroney and our one female prime minister, Kim Campbell. But they're not the same party as they used to be. Like Harper's party is the new conservatives. They're a completely new party.
I'm not gonna lie. I do know that. Yes, I 100% know that. And what it was back then is not what it is today. And I'm gonna say this: every single person in the government, they're all cut from the same cloth. Doesn't matter what party they're from.
No, some people care about human rights, and the parties that care about human rights are the Liberal Party and the NDP and even the Bloc Québécois to a certain extent, and the Green Party. But the Conservative Party of Canada, they have very many times put it out there that they don't want to respect our human rights. Even so much as Pierre wanting to put mandatory sentences on people. That goes against our human rights because we have the rights. I can't remember what human rights. Somebody help me out here. But that goes against our human rights for due process. It goes against our human rights to have our situation to be considered individually on the basis of us and our situation, particularly in the criminal justice system. That's something that he wants to remove. And he even said that he would use the notwithstanding clause to impose against our rights. And you're okay with that?
Can you just throw me down on the talk list again? Thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
Sorry, you said that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I asked if you.
I wanted to say one quick thing because it got into my head, and I'm pretty sure it got into other people's heads when you said in the criminal justice system. I had bong bong in my head afterwards, just to kind of lighten it up a little bit. Law and order, right? In the criminal justice system. Anyway, go ahead, Pumpkin. Finish. It's the ADHD brain.
Yeah, I was just asking, are you okay with that? You're okay with the Conservative Party removing your rights?
But what may I ask? What rights are they removing though? Like, can you be specific?
Okay, so say that someone slips some FENT hard candy into your pocket, and it was just enough because they were, say, running away from you. They were running away from the cops. They saw you were there. They're pretty skilled at like dropping something. They drop it in your bag. The cop pulls you over, and you have that amount that he wants to give a mandatory sentence against. They don't have the right to consider your situation that somebody just dropped something in your bag. It doesn't matter that there's a camera. you got caught with it, that's a mandatory sentence. Would you be okay with that? Because I personally wouldn't be okay with that.
But what doesn't say that that person didn't have it? You can't.
I'm saying that if somebody slipped it into your pocket, they would not have any right to consider anything. It would be a mandatory minimum sentence of X amount of years, because that's the law that he wants to put in place. That if you have possession of a certain amount, it doesn't matter how it got on you. It doesn't matter if somebody put it on you without your knowledge. It doesn't matter if you weren't aware that you had it on you.
But are you okay with these people having these DRUGS?
I think you're missing the point.
I'm asking. But what does they can? But anybody can just say, I don't know how this got here. And
no, but I'm telling you that if this situation occurred if this situation occurred, somebody walked past you, they were being pursued by police, they dropped their stuff on your person to get rid of it. And they did it quickly because, pickpockets exist. And also there is the opposite of pickpocketing, which is just like literally dropping something on someone. My brother is a magician. I can tell you that they are very skilled people. They can do that. If somebody were to do that and the police pulled you over because they had, say, a canine dog that does the smell thing, and you didn't know it was on your person, with this law, it would mean that you have a mandatory minimum sentence, no matter what. Would you be okay with that? Because that goes against all of your human rights, and that's something that Pierre wants to do. He doesn't care. He says, if you get caught with it, I'm using the notwithstanding clause, mandatory minimum sentencing. No consideration for the situation whatsoever. The Supreme Court has ruled against mandatory minimum sentencing in Canada because of the fact that it goes against your human rights.
I'm trying to say this, that'll be okay on TikTok. I'm trying to think of the words, and I don't want this TikTok or this live to get taken down. So I'm trying to find the words that are proper.
Say hard candy. That's the one I go for.
Okay, well, I don't like the fact that there's hard candy on our streets, and if it's there, sorry, no, I don't.
You're still missing the point. Okay,
I'm saying that I
let me
agree with
no,
it.
no, 1 sec. Let me go with it from a different. Let me go from a different perspective. Okay, what is the process right now if you are caught with illicit substances on you?
Right now?
Right now, what is the process?
Well, the process is you go to jail and you get released within 2 seconds because our government and our legal system is crap.
No, okay,
Bullshit.
no.
And
So
I'm
you
going
don't
to
even
say
know the-
bullshit right now.
Yeah. You don't even know the process. So you're arrested, okay? Then you get arraigned. And then you get like you actually have like this whole thing where you have like a defense and all this kind of stuff. Like you go before a judge, okay? The whole point here is that you just don't go before the judge. You don't get to defend yourself. Nothing like that. There is no due process. You go straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You're in there. Nobody gets to defend you. Nothing. You're stuck.
Okay.
And you might not have done it.
I don't mean to interrupt, but this particular issue, it's really, really fucking close to home. Fuck you on the idea that it's 2 days. My friend's been in jail for over 200 fucking days for using a goddamn dog toy. So don't tell me it's fucking easy for somebody to get out. She's got no criminal records, nothing else. She was involved in a Palestinian protest. She was released, and then she used a goddamn dog squeak toy, and they said it was a violation. And because of the way the system works, she was denied bail because a justice of peace, not a judge, so somebody who's not a goddamn lawyer or legal background, has now denied her for over 100 days, in total now for over 200 days. So don't tell me they're getting away out easy. No. If they politically want to, they will keep you there as long as you want. And as it stands right now in Ontario, over 80% that are currently housed in overcapacity detention centers are not charged. Sorry, they are not convicted. They are waiting trial. So no,
well,
this is not an easy way to coming out. No, don't even apologize. This is not the justice system that you think it is. This is just a punitive system for people to get punished without even being convicted.
Do you know who does get off easy and doesn't have any sentences or doesn't serve any jail time?
Who?
The rich.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
100% completely agree.
Yeah. They don't go through their due process. They get to skip the line and just like get away with it scot free. Okay? Like it's you're conflating something that's happening to the like to the you're mixing it up and you're saying that it's happening to the people it's not happening to. Like the millionaires are the ones that are not going to jail, whereas the ones who are going to jail are the ones who actually either like who committed the traumatic crimes or who are they're losing their due process. Like it's two completely different ends of due process not being not happening. Anyway, Tom is next, and then Zojin.
Can I
Laura, if I
just,
can get you to mute up again,
sorry,
please.
just one
Oh,
thing. My phone is going to die. So I just wanted to say thank you for very much for having me on here. I will research the things that you guys have brought up. I do appreciate speaking to me politely,
why do
respectfully.
people not plug in their
Can
phones when they're
can
talking
I
on
just say
this?
something right before you leave? Because I wanted
Sure.
to if you go to my profile,
Yep.
click on my name, go to my thing. I have a playlist on my profile called "What Conservatives Want," and it's an eight videos where I go through the conservative policy declaration. This is like the document the Conservative Party publishes on what their policies and plans are.
Okay.
And I go through that. I put the screenshot directly from the document on it, what I'm talking about, because there might be some stuff in there that really, really surprises you.
Absolutely. And again, I appreciate everyone for being respectful. The only reason I went outside because my kids are sleeping, so I didn't want them to be loud, and I don't have my charger out here, so that's why it's not being charged. So, and plus, I gotta wake up. I gotta bring my kids to school soon, so I apologize. But thank you very much for having me on here. You guys have a wonderful night. God
Sure.
bless. And
If you do want to talk any other time, I host a live on Friday nights on this channel, and we do like 6 hour debates.
sure, no problem. Thank you very much.
Right. Yeah.
I
Tom,
apologize for bursting out. I was
you're good. You're good.
prison kind of always gets me.
Yeah, I just, oh man, I got so many things that I want to go over, but my mind is really just turned to mush. And like every single tax you talked about, was put in by conservatives. Like, come on, every like you're talking about there not being any programs. Well, that's because the conservatives keep shutting them down. Like literally, they're the party that keeps shutting them down. And you want to talk about immigrants coming over and having dental care? Yes. Why wouldn't they? They're not allowed to have. They're not allowed to have OHIP. They're not allowed to have Canadian benefits. So they're told before they even come over, you need to buy a plan that needs to cover you for this amount of time. And why wouldn't they cover dental? They have to pay for like I think it's like a year they have to pay for before they're even eligible to go on OHIP or anything. So why wouldn't they get a plan that covers dental and be covered by dental?
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I'm gonna say good night, and I'll probably see you tomorrow night. Okay.
For sure. Thanks. Thanks, Tom. Okay. Beer Bearded. I'm just calling you Bearded. Bearded, can I grab age and province, please? I had to mute you when you came up, so you'll have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm 40 and from Ontario.
Okay. And what
Right.
did you want to add to the conversation?
Oh, I just got something to add on the justice system. As a member, as somebody who spent 15 years behind bars, I think I have a little bit of concept on how that shit works.
Yeah, sure.
I agree with Buddy that was up in the top corner. He's gone now. I agree with him. Yeah, there are people who do get screwed over and have to spend years and years just to get out. But 90% of the people who get arrested are released within the first week of them getting arrested. And that's speaking from experience. Like I got sentenced 15 years just for stealing a car.
Right.
Like, how is that fair when you got people out there who are doing stuff to people and children and they just get a slap on the wrist, get like 1 or 2 years? How's that fair?
Right. I mean,
I
I'm not going
I
to say
spent
that
more time in
our
prison
justice system
than
is not
most of those people
perfect.
combined.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the mandatory sentences, I on certain stuff I'm agreeance with it, and then on other stuff it is derogatory. Like I I have a buddy who was charged for the same offense I was charged for, and he did less than a year,
Oh well.
but I got 15 years. I had to serve 15 years of my life for a stupid mistake that I made.
Right.
So like that's where the that's where the mandatory sentencing come in, and it should be for each individual offense, which I know they already have them, but they don't use them because like I don't know what the mandatory sentence is for, I don't even want to say the word on here, but the people that everybody hate in this world.
Yeah, for PDFs. You're talking about PDFs?
Yes, those motherfuckers
Okay.
get slaps on the wrist when they should be serving the rest of their life in jail.
Do you know which ones get the least who have the least the lowest sentences, I guess, or like the least accountability towards that?
No, I don't actually know.
The clergy who just get moved to another location.
Yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. I've served time all across Canada myself. The only way that those people get dealt with is they get sent into Gen Pop, and then Gen Pop deals with them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Which isn't it? I don't. I've been there, seen it, and done it all behind bars. That's a different. That was a different part of my life. I'm a changed person now. I've been out for almost 15 years too. So,
Nice.
like, I was 18 years old and got sentenced 15 years just for stealing a damn car.
Question, because I don't know the answer to this. If you have a felony, are you allowed to vote?
They're in Canada, yes.
Okay, and all across Canada, right? As long
Yes.
as yeah, okay,
There's
all
no
right.
such thing as
Because
a
I know
felony
in
in
the states
Canada.
it's okay. In the states it's different, right? So like
Yeah.
it depends on the state, and it depends on if it's federal or state, and all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
stuff. So
There's
okay,
no such thing as a
yeah,
felony in Canada.
okay, gotcha.
Just like there's no such thing as
Um,
like a misdemeanor or something like that. It's just you were charged, you got a
we just
criminal
use
record. Yeah.
gotcha. We use their terminology.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
um,
and it's that a lot of people like in the States you do in some states you get 1, 2, 3, you're out.
right,
You do 3 felonies and you get life in prison. But that
gotcha.
it doesn't,
Um,
and it
so
should work that way. Maybe we should bring that to Canada. You get 3 felonies, you get life.
I mean, I guess. Well, yeah, I don't know.
Because then some of those
um,
people would never see the out. Well, and then on the other term,
true.
life in Canada is only 25 years. And like, what's 25 years? Everybody's still going to be alive after 25 years, depending on your age.
Right. Um,
There's only
I
one person in
I
Canada who's going to serve the rest of his life behind bars.
what? Bye. Thanks, Ojen. Okay. I did have a question. Did you vote today then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can I if you want to tell us?
Yeah,
what you voted for?
The same party I've voted for since I was 18 years old. Like you're even allowed to vote while you're in prison.
Right. What party was that?
Uh, Listening to you guys, like I don't know, like you guys have like kind of, I don't know, it's sitting here listening to everything that's going on in here is like, I should have just not even went to the voters card and just let it done what it was going to do. But I voted PC.
Well, I mean, okay. But so have you heard, like, we're not trying to shame people, like that's the
No, I
thing,
know.
right? We're really trying to educate people, right? And
Yeah.
that's the thing, like a lot of people who, okay, so this is one thing that I've noticed, especially because I live in Alberta, is there's a lot of generational voting that happens, especially when it comes to conservative voting.
Yeah,
A
my
lot of
family.
people vote conservative because their parents said we vote conservative and that's
Yeah,
how we vote, you know?
right here.
And that's
I'm
how they
one.
were raised. Yeah. And so like no, and especially being in conservative provinces and stuff like that, the education system isn't there, so they don't learn about these different things, right? So
Hmm.
when you suppress the education, those people are not going to become educated voters, and they're not going to learn to fact check all of the wild claims that are always constantly made and stuff like that, right? So it's a lot to do with it. It's a lot to do with the voters. It's voter suppression, but like early voter suppression, because they're not educating you on what to look for and what to do in order to actually have your vote matter,
And we're just
or
going
like
off
not
of what we
matter,
were
but your
taught, right?
educated vote.
We were just going
Sorry?
off of what we were just going off of what we were taught.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's why I call it generational voting, because that's what everybody, like, that's it. Typically it's conservatives that do that.
But
So if you
but
look
like
at like a little bit more like liberal education or places where they have NDP governments and stuff like that, the education system tends to be a little bit more inclusive. And there's like, you can't be overeducated. Have Learning too much is not a thing. The more
oh
you
no.
learn, the more you're going to accept, the more that you're going to have critical thinking. Like you're going to develop those critical thinking skills so you can actually like look those things up and figure out what's going on, right? And again, not voting with the feelings and not voting with the family.
Like
So
I learned something new today. I did not know that the PC party was two parties that combined into one.
there you go. Pumpkin spice, you taught bearded something today.
Like I had no clue. Just thought it was always the conservative party. Like I didn't know it was
Yeah.
two parties and that turned into one. Like I just Jesus Murphy.
If you dive deeper into like the conservative party and Stephen Harper and stuff like that, you'll actually find stuff that is going to be like, it's going to shake you to your core.
The only
It's really not good. It's really not good. They've
the
been
only thing I
planning
liked
stuff for
about Harper,
years.
the only thing I liked
Yeah.
about Harper was his wife, because his wife owns the canteen program in the prison system.
Gotcha.
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
Hey, I got a little bit to say about like this whole thing with that. Okay, so the Reform Party, which was Harper's party, like, and then there was the Conservatives, which were more under. I think Peter MacKay was like one of the top dogs in the Conservative Party. They somehow made a deal. They merged the two parties, but Harper ran it. So you didn't have a Conservative Party. You had these reformers in there. All they did was give welfare checks to millionaires and billionaires. That's it. The banks would have crashed here if he'd have had his way and let the banks merge. It was the liberals that put that in place. And I think you got the biggest sentence. Was that a carjacking or something? Like
I'm not gonna go into details
no,
on
because
the.
I'm just saying the max sentence. It's more than the max sentence
I'll
or
just say
theft
I
over.
had a pew pew on me too. That's all I'll say.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, even
That's
like that
all
was
I'll say.
another thing
And I'm not
Harper
gonna
did.
get into
There was an
to.
It's fine. You don't have
18-year-old
to say it.
kid.
You don't
There
have
was
to.
an 18-year-old kid that was flashing one of those online, and he was going to
Mhm.
get a mandatory minimum of 5 years. Like a judge wouldn't have been able to make a responsible decision because what Pierre Poilievre wants to do is make this mandatory minimum thing. He's back on that again. They're always on that trip. So I just I just like to say, bro, I don't hate on people because half my family, they all live out in farm country and stuff. So yeah, and I grew up hunting and fishing, so they always fear that the liberals are going to take their guns or sorry, shoot. but
Firearms.
but firearms, yeah, like they're always worried about these things. And my biggest thing is
Everybody should have the
this
right to
guy,
bear arms.
like this guy Pierre Polyev, honestly does not give a crap about the people. He is working for the millionaires and not millionaires, multi-millionaires and billionaires.
I never said I was for
Millionaires.
Pierre.
No, I know. I didn't hear you say that either, but that you always voted conservative. And if you voted for Harper, this guy is even worse. He's even worse.
I did vote for Harper. I did. I was actually in jail when I voted for him.
Holy man, you were probably the only one.
Well, that's because of the canteen. Like his wife owns the canteen program, and she brought in a lot of good stuff in the canteen.
Okay, I don't know what province you're in, but as far as I know, so as far as I know, the inmates own their own canteen, but she may own a company.
She owns the company that brings it in,
sells the food or whatever. Yeah. Because they run their own stores in there.
Yeah, but you still need the company that brings it into the prison.
Yeah. Delivery.
Because we can't go outside and buy our stuff out at the store.
But I'm just saying, like these guys, I just don't understand it. And like, are you have no fear of gay people or LGBTQ or like, do you have issues?
What you do behind closed doors is your own business. I don't care.
No, but they should be able to be out in public and hold hands and kiss.
No, I get.
You feel weird about that.
You get what I was saying, though. You like
you know,
whatever you want to do with your life, that's your choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a choice, but somebody else's relationship doesn't affect you.
No. I'm married. I'm happily married to my wife. That's my choice. If somebody else wants to go, a guy wants to go marry another guy, or a girl wants to go marry a girl, or a trans wants to marry, like, I don't care. Fuck.
Trans person.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, like, but you know, like these are the reasons why I wouldn't vote for them, because they actually perpetuate this type of hate for people that are just doing their own thing. Like, I'd be more worried about sending my kid to church. Historically and statistically, church is a more dangerous place for kids.
That's a different topic that I can get on too. I was involved with the Catholic Church.
Then story time, you know what I mean? And yeah, I know. And my grandfather was in residential school, and like, so I get all that. Like, I'm sure you understand about what the abuses that have happened and stuff like that. But people will like.
I was emmed by a pastor. I know all about it.
Yeah, it's just I just think that, like, if you vote conservative, you're basically supporting this hate, this division, the lies, the exaggerations.
No party has control over the Catholic Church.
Guys,
no
I am going to stop for a second. Because, guys, we keep on over talking each other and not letting each other finish sentences, and nobody can hear what you're saying. So I do want to kind of do like a one at a time kind of thing, and I also do have like 4 other people who are waiting in line to speak still too. So, Eddie, if you can finish what you're saying, Bearded, if you can just mute up while he's saying what he's saying, and then we're gonna move on to the next person.
Well, I'm just calling out all those people that say it's the economy. That's why I'm conservative. It's because of the economy. That's all a bunch of bullcrap as far as I'm concerned, because the majority of the things they're going to do are going to hurt already vulnerable or people that are just not to be feared. And I don't care. I'd rather be broke and people have the freedom to be themselves and do what they want to do in a free country that protects everybody. I'd rather be broke than to have $1 million in my bank right now, because I actually do care about people. The conservatives do not care about people. And that's who I'm calling out right now. If you say, oh, it's just the economy, you're a liar. And I'm just calling you out. Anyway, that's my thing. That's all.
Thanks, Eddie. No worries. Hello, Treaty Six Birder. If everybody doesn't know, Treaty Six Birder is the host of our show Indigenous Matters on Monday nights. Right before she goes, I'm just gonna say, let's get us to 60K likes. We're almost at 60K likes, guys. Can somebody tell me what the shares are at? Because it still says 37 for me.
My
So it says
finger.
130 on my end.
Sorry, what does the share say?
130.
130. Okay, let's get that to at least minimum 150. Minimum 150. If everybody in here, there's 117 people in here. If everybody in here shared that with one person or hit the share copy link, we would easily get up to like the 230 instead, or 250. So just one time, all you have to do is just share it out to the ether. It helps boost the live. Tapping is clapping. It's free to do. Let's do that. We still have our gift goal up there of the roses. So if you can help us out with that, that would be fantastic. Don't forget, we do have a Discord that is available for everybody as well. I do vet people that come in there just so we don't have any chaos agents coming in there. But it is in the link tree in our bio. And all of these videos get posted to YouTube. Give me 24 hours to get all of these ones done from this 29-hour live. So, Treaty Birder. Hello, my friend.
Hello there, nerdy. Nice to see you.
You too.
So, disappointing outcome for Ontario, but while you guys were so hard plugging away doing our election connection for the 24 hours, Perry and I spent the evening with our Conservative MP at a round table, Mike Lake. We went to a meeting, and that, like, the timing of this discussion is impeccable. There were so many folks there that were really they are the street candy stuff and how all the liberals are getting paid off by the drug cartel, and sorry, shouldn't have said that word. And this one dude, to the point where he, like, talking about this just go directly to jail business. He was like, we should just do what they do. I forget what country he was referring to. They just put duct tape on them and then pew pew them in the head. And these folks, we were pretty brave actually to go and sit around a table with a bunch of conservatives tonight, but I felt it had to be done because we need to be part of these all the conversations, and we live in Alberta. This is who represents us, and even though we didn't vote for him, he works for us. But it was really interesting to come into the conversation and hear what you guys were talking about. And exactly that's what those folks were talking about tonight. But the misinformation they have about what's going on at the borders and how much of this candy they say is coming into our country. Like, we were all like, oh my God, you've all been drinking the Kool-Aid. And at one point, Mike Lake is the MP, and he's like, Pierre Poilievre's the smartest guy I know. Barry laughed out loud.
Seriously? That's funny.
Right.
That's really funny.
And then just like interesting conversations about how, like, Canada was built on Christianity, and I kind of schooled everyone about treaties, and we really went to just kind of see what they talk about, but also to raise concerns about our sovereignty. And I asked the MP, I said, what are your federal conservatives doing to keep our premier in check to protect our sovereignty? And he didn't answer that question at all. Interesting. Anyways, I just got, and I guess as more things come to mind, I'll add. But that's kind of the high level. It was an interesting night. And thank you and all the Beavers for doing the 24 hours. I'm sorry I couldn't be part of it, but I popped in when I could.
You're part of it right now.
Yeah, yay! So I'm really just excited to be part of the conversation, and I'm listening intently.
Excellent. Fantastic. Thank you. Real Native. Hello, my friend. Welcome back.
Hello. So, yeah, um, I had it. I'm pulling a brain fart right now. I lost my train of thought. I was listening to the whole conversation there, and I just, flew out of my head.
Gotcha.
I had a point I was gonna.
No worries. I was gonna say, put your hand up in the comments when you remember. Then.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll come right back to you.
Okay.
All right. Hello, Feral Gremlin. I see you there. Hi, Aaron Cell. John, and then Joe.
No, I was gonna say when you were talking about like how, like the conservatives like usually tell their family members, "Hey, you gotta vote conservatives," kind of deal, like what Beer did there. If that makes any sense. No, that kind of goes like with my writing. Like we like where I'm from in Ontario, I won't say, but we live around a lot of farmers, and usually the farmers tell their sons like and their kids like, "Hey, conservatives are the best person to vote for. Make sure you vote for them." Then when that person when they get old enough, they're like, when they have kids, it's like, "Hey, you gotta vote for the conservative." It's like these farmers are always telling their kids like, and then their family members are like, "Oh, but you better vote for conservatives. They've done good things for us back in 1964." It's like, man, why do you keep like that's back in 1964? We're talking about the present right now. Like, come
Right?
on. It's so
Didn't
annoying.
even
It's
have
like
internet back
that's why
then.
we always no, exactly, and that's the sad part. And like my grandma, like God bless her soul and everything, but I remember being a little boy, she used to tell me, she's like, "Oh, you better when you get old enough to vote, you better vote liberal." So I'm like, "But grandma, I want to read into politics, not like just go by what you said." She's like, "Well, you got PA days." I'm like, yeah. She's like, "Well, Bob Hope give or Bob was it Bob Hope or Bob Ray?" She's like, "He's the one who gives you those PA days when you're a kid." I'm like, "Wow, grandma, I'm gonna read into politics more." But she always thought, go for liberals because they give you PA days. I'm like, no,
Oh,
grandma, let's go for someone else.
that's wild. Joe. I'm sorry, Bearded left.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping to respond to that because it's been the theme of me all freaking night. This minute the person I want to talk to, they leave. I
I
don't know
know,
if
right?
it's.
And you, I dropped you down when he mentioned you.
I know the topic. My one trigger topic, which is incarceration. For those who haven't heard me rant about it, I am very much a justice about abolitionist. I don't believe the justice system is currently working, particularly in incarceration. We have a recidivism system that really sorry, we have a high recidivism. Oh my God. Recidivism.
Recidivism.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In just our current jailing system, which is the same both U.S. and Canada. We need a better system if we are truly caring about trying to rehabilitate. But the main feature of our current incarceration system is not to rehabilitate. It's just more of a what I like to call an oublié system, which is just lock him up, make him disappear, and forget about him. And I'm not even going to go into the whole bail system. Actually, no, I am, because it kind of goes into the things I wanted to talk to Bearded. So I'm going to talk as if Bearded is here and go with that. So, as Bearded said, he's pro con, and one of the questions I want to ask him is that if he was a strong supporter of Pierre Poilievre, because one of the particular points that Pierre has been talking about, he hasn't talked about it recently, but he still has made mention, which is jail, not bail, and what his thoughts would have been on that in regards to no bail for anybody who goes to jail. Now, as we've heard, we had a couple of these people coming up here saying, "Oh, well, they get released 2 days later." As somebody who knows firsthand, that's not always the case. Some people are still locked up even though they have no criminal record for as many days as they want. Particularly in Ontario, the fact that somebody who is not a lawyer or a judge can actually get you locked up and controls whether or not you get released is absolutely mind-boggling. But this is the system we have. They will hold them in there because their justice of the peace is not a lawyer, but they still have the power to say, "No, I'll keep you in there." With Pierre coming in, he wants to bring in a system of jail, not bail, which means if you get accused of a crime, regardless of what it is, and you get brought and held, you need to stay there. You can get a lawyer, but you can be staying in there. And if in the case of Ontario, you're looking at 1 to 2 years before you get your trial, regardless if you're innocent or guilty. The Crown could have been guilty, and it's in the Crown's interest that you stay in jail, not bail, because they will now be able to give you the good deal, which is, well, you admit guilt to this, we'll release you with probation and a criminal record. And they get a win, and you get a record. So, between that and the next thing I would ask him is about minimum sentencing. Is he comfortable with it? Even though our Supreme Court has deemed it as a as unconstitutional. Minimum sentences does not allow the judge to take into account any of the person's issues that would have accounted for that. So, we to try to support and add to a system because people just think punishment is the most effective way to deal with crime, don't really care about the situations that caused people to A, to get into crime, B, the fact that they have the right to be, considered innocent until proven guilty, and C, just human decency in regards to this is a life you're messing with. Even if they're innocent, you're going to completely destroy them. Just cause. There is more brutality to the conviction, to just the charge, than there is to the conviction half the time. Because by the time you get to the conviction, that person's already been destroyed. If they were even convicted. That's me.
Thanks. Thank you so much for helping us hit our gift goal. That's awesome. That's awesome. We are gonna be closing up soon. Because 29 hours is a long time. Not me solely. Oh my god, I would not. I would be like, no, it's a lie. That's a lie. I did a 28-hour live on my own account once. Some people have been joining the Discord. That's why I've been hearing the little burp, burp, burp things. So yeah, we have more people joining the Discord. So if anybody wants to join the Discord, it is in the link tree in our bio. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, Joe. Real Native, did you remember what you were gonna say?
No.
Did you have anything else to say?
No, I found a picture of that bill of sale for the
yeah. Do you want me to put you on the big screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So it says, thank you kindly for your purchase, your little Indians. You're in the first. Yours is the first invitation. One of our papooses to come, and part of it's cut off by the right side of my screen here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bill of sale. $10.
That's gross.
They were doing this in the States and in Canada.
That's vile.
That's vile. And these are the type of people that that PP is supporting. He says we need to go back to Johnny McDonald's time and do things like he did, and this is the type of thing that he did.
If you want to have a better version, I can read it out for you guys if you want.
Sure.
So the version I have here, dear Mr. and Mrs. Seeley, thank you for your very kindly for your donation of $10 for my little Indians. Apologies. Yours is the first invitation that was ever extended to one of our Paposes, Native American children, to come and spend the vacation somewhere. We have a few little boys and girls who have no one at all interested whether they live or die or come and go. I would send a little boy of 6 years old or older or a little girl, whatever you prefer. These Indian children are very little trouble, especially the one I have in mind. If you really mean it, I will see that we get him already. You may have him any time you desire. I am not making any inquiries about you because it takes a good person to make an offer as you did. Please let me know. With kindest regards, Father John.
Disgusting.
I felt a little ill seeing it, so I apologize.
Mm-hmm. That's basically what mine says. That's the same thing. I think I had sent it to you, didn't I, Joe?
I believe so. I was able to find a web version that was clear enough that was transcribed, so I can read it out for you guys.
Yeah, that's disgusting. They were taking money for basically renting out children, and in some cases they took a higher, as they call it, donation for permanently taking a child home. And
Renting out just sounds even more disgusting.
even worse, yes.
I
Yeah,
just selling children is horrible as it is.
it is.
Renting out just feels like an even worse level.
Yeah, it is. But I can't, you know, emphasize enough on the mindset of Pierre Polyev and his ideologies and the stuff he has in mind for this country. I honestly think he would try to, and I use the word try, to make us the 51st state. Indigenous people in the live right now know that that could never happen because they would need our consent, and that would never happen.
With
A lot of
with
people who
yeah.
a lot of people who are, saying, let's make us the 51st state. And I've spoken to a couple of them. One guy said, we'll just do what we did before, he said, and we'll take it from you guys by force. And I said, first of all, we never gave up the land we agreed to share. Second of all, the deal with us is between us and the crown. So there's a third country involved that you'd have to deal with. And he goes, only two. And I said, no, three. I said, the First Nations, Canada, and England. And he goes, no, that's only two. And I said, so you don't count the Indigenous as a sovereign nation? He goes, no. He said, they're a bunch of little featherheads. He said they should have been exterminated when we came here. He said it would have made our life a lot easier now. He said, F them. And I was just, these are the people that he's,
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. You're muted, I think, Nerdy.
Oops, I did mute. Tetris, you requested back up. I brought you up because apparently I'm a hypocrite. What happened?
Oh, he dropped
What
again,
happened?
I think he
Did
just
you not want to come back up?
Mm-hmm.
I think he disappeared.
Hey Joe, I got a question. If you could send me the link of that so I could share that with on my Facebook, what you just read, be greatly appreciated.
If
just message me after you're done.
Yeah. You don't want to offend me? No, come back up.
John, if you go to my
jump in
profile
for a sec?
Oh, just one second. John, if you go to my profile, I have a picture of it on my profile.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. I'll give you a follow right now so that way I remember.
Okay. Sorry, Treaty.
Treaty, go ahead.
That's okay. I just wanted to add that, onto what Real Native was saying, because when I talked tonight about my concerns around sovereignty, I did raise the same thing. I said, these are treaty territories. This is Indigenous land, first and foremost. The British Crown signed nation to nation treaties with the First Nations here. And there should be some form of leverage for us to protect our sovereignty through these treaties, right? And I was approached afterwards by a couple of the folks in the room who were like, thank you for coming. You taught us stuff. And I'm like thinking, how do you people have no knowledge of the treaty relationship that we have? Like, we see it in the papers, like, you see it on TV. Like, this is not like it's a hidden secret anymore. But they all looked at me with this dumbfounded silence, like, just, they never heard this before. And then I also raised concerns about, because there was a lot of talk about the Arctic, and I'm like, Polyev had some nerve marching up there announcing he's going to build a base without talking to the people of Nunavut. And people still had, they had nothing to add, because it's just surprises me, I guess, because I find myself in this circle with all of you who have awareness around these issues. Then I go sit around a table like that, and it's like, wow, these folks are, it's shocking the level of ignorance that people have around the history of this country and the relationship they have with Indigenous people.
I think it's
I'm going to
those are the
say,
people that don't know is because when they hear Indigenous issues come on the news, they turn the TV off.
Probably.
as somebody who's gone to LGBTQ events, I see Indigenous issues both in Canada to be almost similar to the ones in other places around the world, and it's hard to see. It's sort of once you see it in one place, it's hard not to see it in all the different places there are, and so I will never be able to see Indigenous issues in any of the nations, whether it be North America, Turtle Island, or in Palestine, or Sudan, or Congo, or anywhere else, without understanding, like, no, they all have the same story. They all have the same start. They all went through the same thing, all for the same goal in regards to what they were doing. And it's always the same people that are suffering.
Thanks. Hey, Tetris. I wanted to know, what makes me a hypocrite? Just tell me. I'm open to listening. I'm always open to listening and learning and adapting. You just need to unmute yourself because you are muted.
I think some people were saying things out.
I don't care.
Joe, cue the music. Joe, you have to cue the music. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, yes, 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 yes.
Okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna remember what time this is. Hang on. What time is it? 3 hours and 52 minutes on this one. 3 hours, 52 minutes. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna clip that tiny little bit and I'm gonna make it so that that sound comes right after it and it'll like,
Oh, yeah, John and I are fine if you splice that thing just to bring it closer. By all means, for sure.
yeah, yeah.
I second that. I second that.
I don't know why you're requesting again, because I'm ending right away and I'm not bringing you back up. I kicked you for a reason. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not a hypocrite. I don't understand what makes me a hypocrite. You actually haven't said anything that makes me a hypocrite. But I'm not a hypocrite because, you know, I kicked you for a reason. Your rhetoric was vile, and you were also talking over me the entire time. And I don't put up with guys talking over me. I don't. So,
Joe, you're the weakest link.
This is
Goodbye.
vicious, man.
goodbye. Me? I'm vicious?
They can
I'm
be.
feral. I'm feral.
No. I know who Farrell is. But you
Oh
are
no, but come on. I'm ferocious actually. If you know
ferocious,
my
yes.
mistress.
Feral.
My
There you
mistress
go.
is
It's
ferocious.
exactly. That's what I mean. It's not feral as much as it is very strong and determined. You know what you want. You know how to exercise that ability.
Which one?
As a
The
mistress.
other one was, and you had no issue with it. Which other one? Which other one? There's a difference that when I start talking and somebody else starts talking, we start talking at the same time. I'm just going to stop talking so that they can talk and I'll speak afterwards. I will wait. That's fine. But when I'm already speaking and then you interrupt me, there's a difference with that. So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Won't. So, the other lady who interrupted you,
I have that sound too.
why? No, actually, that is untrue. That is so untrue. I actually told you guys to both stop. And she stopped. You did not. So I said, stop, stop, stop. Oh, I totally had a problem with it. Did you not hear? I'm sorry. Hi. Anybody who was in here when Frontline was in here and Tetris was in here, can you please put a 1 in the chat if you agree that so a 1 in the chat if I stopped Frontline from overspeaking, or a 2 in the chat if I didn't stop Frontline from overspeaking. There's a lot of ones.
I can count. I see one.
Well, it'll start counting right away. The more that there's on there, the more it'll start counting. But I don't see any twos in there. Just saying.
One.
Yeah.
I see one.
So I don't see any twos in there. So you lose. All right. I am actually a pretty fair host. What was that, John?
Funny.
Oh, I was just saying, Jody, dude, you're the weakest link. Goodbye.
It's the one side I
Bye.
don't have here.
Banished. All right, guys, it's past 11 o'clock and we've been going for 29 hours on and off. I think we've had maybe, like, if you look at the whole thing, it's been maybe 10 minutes where there's been a gap in between. Thanks, Eddie, for following us. Okay, so tomorrow's show, our next show is going to be, our next show is tomorrow. It's with, where's my shit? Where's my list?
Isn't it?
Nope. Tomorrow is with Pixie Lee in the afternoon. Pixie
Then
Lee
it's
is
you.
first tomorrow because it's Friday. Then it's me. I know. Then I'm. It's like 3 days in a row. You guys get me. What? Well, sort of.
Is there going to be a raccoon singing tomorrow anytime?
No, Saturday night will be the raccoon. So Friday, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific, we have Canadian History with a Purple Crayon with Pixie Lee. And then tomorrow night, 5 p.m. Pacific, is me doing Polititalk. So we have a 6-hour debate tomorrow night. So you can make sure you follow us so you can find us. We have 10 shows, 7 days a week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we have 2 shows, and every other day we have 1 show. I will say that we have a new show in the works. We have two people who are interested in representing the 2S LGBTQIA plus community, and we are going to be doing co-hosts with that one. They are going to be starting a show within the next little while, so probably the next couple weeks we'll be starting up that show, which I'm super excited about. So
I think Miss Trash Panda should have a night on Beaver politics.
Oh no, Mistress Trash Panda is not political. There's no politics in Beaver in Raccoon Trivia. No politics. That's why she is separate.
I have an idea.
Yes, we are still.
The paddle has no political
there's too many people trying to talk. The paddle. Yes, the paddle hasn't. Well, the paddle.
Has no
I should bring out the paddle
leanings.
next time somebody decides to mess with me and be like, "That's a paddling for you." So what I was gonna, John, give me just 1 second, John, and then I'll let you say what you're gonna say. So we have Pixie Lee tomorrow. We have me tomorrow night. Then we have Breaking the Dam on Saturday morning, afternoon kind of thing, and then Radicalized on Saturday night. And John, what did you want to say?
No, I was just saying for your live tomorrow night when you do yours, you should do like a picture of Doug Ford all hungover, be like hungover with Doug Ford, because all is Ontario.
Oh my gosh!
We'll be all so hungover tomorrow. We'll be like, do we have to wake up tomorrow? This is terrible to wake up to.
I got.
So, if you want to see us again, like I said, we have 10 shows, 7 days a week. Oh, Eddie, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to say, I think we could probably say goodbye to healthcare. Education's going to get really bad. The green belt, he's going to jump right back on that. And this is a very shitty day, actually. And it's all because even my own family members and stuff, they don't realize that they're actually fucking themselves and all of us at the same time because they're misinformed. And that's just so freaking sad. How do you tell your own family that they're not too intelligent, or it's not a matter of intelligence, uneducated? I'm really bummed out, actually, but it's nice to meet you all, and I will check out your lives. I kind of like your attitude. And you're actually very nice, but I hate that too when people all bark over each other and stuff. That is such. I used to go on Brianna's live. Holy shit, I couldn't deal with that. It was like, man, who do you people think you are? Talking like that to each other. We're actually Canadians. We're all friends. if we disagree on a policy or something, that's good. We can debate it. But yeah, so I just want to say thanks, everybody, and
Thank you.
have a good night.
You too. Thank you. Joe, any final words? And then I'll give Treaty final words, and then I'm gonna close up.
I was going to recommend to Eddie, if he's having some issues discussing politics with his family, perhaps a Mistress Panda paddle might help. But exactly, sometimes you just need that little extra effort to.
That's
There's some good
hilarious.
size, and the only thing that's missing
It's a
is sort
pickleball
of the
paddle.
mental. Yeah, pickleball paddle. We'll go with that. Sure. It does need the. It is lacking the air holes in there to allow it for smoother movement through the air. Yeah,
That would leave Mark. Never mind.
wow. The fact yeah, Mistress is a name not limited to the panda, but as we were moving on for everybody's sake, but yeah, unfortunately Ontario has gone to where it has. We're gonna have to sort of accept it and deal with it. It's a shitty thing because it's the unfortunate reality, which means we need to continue doing what we need to do, which is for the rest of us activists, continue to protest, continue to go out, continue to do what you do, whether it be going to the streets to protest, going to assist communities, whether it be marginalized communities, to helping out to shelters, to helping out to encampments, to helping out via mutual aid, whatever your assistance plan is. Please help, please do, please educate, please continue, because we're going to have 4 years of this while more things are going to be destroyed in the meantime. During this time, we need to focus on talking to these communities, talking to the people, talking to the disenfranchised, and especially to find the people who are not voting, to get them to come to the polls next time, because we need to get these people there. Obviously, this snap election was intentional to try to get as much power as possible, but short of another snap election, and if he does, we need to be prepared ahead of time. We need to make sure that people know, like, yeah, he's going to do this. It needs to hurt him. Snap elections for people that we like tends to hurt us. We need to make sure this next one will hurt him and hurt him hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Fantastic.
Treaty.
Oh, what? What about the paddle?
As I use the paddle on Edmonton Oilers fans. Okay, thanks, Joe. Appreciate you. Gotcha.
By all means, I'm a Habs fan, so yeah, go for it.
Yeah. All right, I'm a Leafs fan. We're good.
Yeah. Well, I was just shaking my head again. I can't even believe that this is what's the reality is for Ontario. And I hope it's not a sign of the times for our federal election too, because that's where so many of our voters live, is in Eastern Canada. But anyways, I'm kind of feeling I'm a little bit in shock about it. I thought maybe it was going to turn around a little bit. Seeing what's happening in the States, I thought, Ontarians would wake up and get to the polls, and I don't know. I guess we have to rethink, but let's all continue to pay attention, like Joe said. Continue to work together. Keep reading, keep learning, keep understanding the bigger picture, and watching and voicing, and if we need to, protesting, and let's all stand together, and we must stand our sacred ground. Well done, Charity.
Thanks. All right. So, if you want to see us again, give us a follow. It's chime right now. If you would like to support the channel, we do have our subscriptions. I did put my cowboy hat goal at the very end. I thought somebody was maybe going to give me a cowboy hat. I don't know. See what I do with it. I made somebody give a yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's the best. Hello, Axeman. It's the best reaction one I have. It's amazing. I love it. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. I love the little thing I'm doing now with it. I'm totally doing that with Mr. Trash Panda going forward.
She's
It's
one
the best
away,
when it's on
guys.
bracket.
She's one
I'm one
away.
away from my goal. One away from my goal. If anybody wants to give the last hat, cowboy hat, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. Last night, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Oh, I got another one too. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Okay.
We have success.
Thank you. I made somebody donate a coral in order to make me go to bed last night. I wasn't going to go to bed until I got a coral. I actually wanted a galaxy originally, but I knocked it down. I gave them a deal of coral, and I made a song about Trump. Eddie, I'm just going to mute you while you're doing that because you're tapping in my ear. All right. So if you would like to see us again, follow us. I will be on tomorrow night. Treaty will be on Monday night. We start at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. And what else? Thank you for the likes, guys. We almost got to 70K, which is fantastic. We are number 18 in the B2 League now. Yay! That's so exciting. Thank you. We also have a bunch of shares. I don't know how many we got to. If somebody can tell me, that would be fan-freaking-tastic. It still says 37 to me. Oh, wait. It'll say over here.
159.
159. We didn't even get to the 250, guys. Come on. What? All right. That's fine. Thank you for the gifts as well. I appreciate that. We all the gifts and all the subs, the subscriptions, not the subs, but the subscriptions, all go towards helping us further the Beavers, the Beaver Squad and the Moose. But yes, thank you so much for joining us tonight, and we will see you tomorrow. I will be back on at 6 p.m. Pixie Lee will be on at 2 p.m. Pacific time, I think it is. I don't know. It's in the pinned video in our bio. And I'm going to end before John can have a chance to say go Leafs go. Bye!